Good evening. It is 6:01 on April 20th, 2021. I'm going to call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage School Board. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge with gratitude the Dena'ina people, both past and present, who have lived on these lands since long before Anchorage was here. May we all be good stewards of these lands. Shannon. Roll call. I have Member Donnelly, Member Bellamy, myself, Member Vacalis, Member Holloman, Member Mitchell will be right back with us. I have Superintendent Dr. Bishop will be right back with us as well. I have our student representative, Miss Emily, with us as well. On Zoom, we have Board Member Hildy. So we do have a 6-member board for this one meeting, and all board members are in attendance. Next up is the flag salute, and I'm going to ask Member Mitchell to please lead us in the salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our student representative for an opening statement.
My name is Emily Hickox, and I am the student representative to the board. I was elected to serve through the Student Advisory Board. Although my votes are advisory only, I offer a student voice to the body. We would like to welcome you to our meeting and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The board thanks students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars.
Thank you, Emily. Next up is the approval of the agenda. I know that a couple of board members had some amendments they would like to make. Member Bellamy, if you'd like to go first.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to add under action items a statement that was forwarded from the Communications Committee on April 14th. And Katie, can I get a copy? I can't remember the exact title. It's a statement in response to anti-Asian American Pacific Islander violence and acts of hate.
Is there a second?
I second.
On the floor, we have a motion to amend the agenda to add the letter of this statement out of the Communications Committee directly to action items.
Mm-hmm.
And did anybody have any questions on this, or Margot, did you
Sure.
really quickly speak on the why for adding it today? Because we'll come to the discussion part of it later.
Yes. So we added it today because our last meeting, it moved out of committee on the 13th of April. This would have been the first opportunity for the board to engage.
Okay, thank you. So we do need to take a roll call vote to go ahead and put this on an agenda.
I'd move to amend and put it on the non-action as a non-action item for this meeting so that it would be available to vote at the next meeting.
Is that a friendly amendment that you're offering?
No, it's an amendment.
Okay.
I haven't seen this yet, and I don't think anybody in the public's seen this yet, and it takes a supermajority to add something to the action calendar with this short of notice. It should have been provided, there should have been a notice gone out, I think like Friday or something like that.
I believe it just takes a simple majority to amend the agenda at this part of the process.
To add it as an action item? I think it takes a supermajority to add it as an action
real
item.
quick check. Member Hildy, I see your hand up.
Thank you. One, it is just at the beginning of approval agenda, it's just a simple majority. If you amend the agenda during the meeting after the agenda has been approved, it's a super majority. But it gets to the point that we should not be amending the agenda unless there's some emergency situation. This should just go through the normal process. It can go on non-action or action for the next board meeting, but it's not appropriate to amend the agenda tonight for it.
I have a motion to put it on action in a second, and then I got a second amendment to make it a non-action, but I don't recall if I heard a second to Mr. Donley's request to put it as a non-action. So not seeing a second, then I am back to Member Bellamy's amendment, asking to put this letter on as an action item. Not seeing any other questions, immediate questions by board members, if we can do a roll call vote on whether to add this letter to action items on the agenda. Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
No.
Member Donnelly.
No.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
President Michaelis. Yes. Oh, apologies. Our student voice. And that was a yes for our student. Thank you. That amendment passes with 4 yeas and 2 nays. I believe there's one other agenda amendment to be offered tonight.
I move to add the policy change regarding attendance that I provided to the president to the non-action item for a non-action item tonight, so it would be available at the next meeting to be voted on.
I will also second that if nobody else does.
Second.
Okay. So there is a first and a second to add a policy amendment to non-action, which is appropriate as policy changes do require 2 meetings, first and a second reading anyway. Are there any questions? Everybody will get a paper copy of it to discuss it later tonight. And I believe it has been emailed to Member Hildy as well. If there are any comments or questions when we get to non-action. Member Bellamy?
I'm just, could you just clarify what what actually are we adding?
It is language to account for,
to current policy.
to current
Oh,
policy.
okay.
Yeah, okay. To account for absences under pandemic type rules.
Got it.
Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote. Emily?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Hildy?
No.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
And President Michaelis? Yes. That amendment passes with 5 yeas and 1 nay. I now have an amended agenda on the floor. Are there any final questions or amendments by any other board members? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote on our amended agenda. We didn't actually get a motion. Can we have a motion and a second for the amended agenda? We went right into the amendments. I don't remember. We went right into the amendments. We didn't move the agenda. I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Yes, please.
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Second.
Now we can do a roll call vote.
It's okay. But when a main motion is amended, you don't need a new motion to bring it before the body. It's automatically back before the body as amended. So
We didn't have actually an original motion, is what Katie was saying. That
Oh, we
I just
did.
I launched right into.
no, we did. We couldn't have amended it unless there was an original motion. We did have an original motion, and then the motion because
I'll go back and rewatch the tape.
yeah.
But we'll go ahead and vote now. Vice President Bellamy,
Yes.
Member Donnelly,
Yes.
Member Hildy,
No.
Member Holloman,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
and Emily, I apologize, the student voice vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
and President Michaelis.
Yes. All right, we have an amended agenda now in its entirety, 5 yeas and 1 nays. Here we go. Next up under community engagement. Our first report is from our MECAC committee. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I would like to invite our Senior Director, Sonia Hunt of Equity and Compliance, to come forward. And then she will utilize her time to introduce.
Good evening to the president, to members of the board. We actually have Dr. Jane Heisel, who will be making the report. She is one of the community co-chairs for MECAC, and she should be on Zoom.
Hello, I am Dr. Jane Heisel, as Ms. Hunt stated, and I would like to give you an update on MECAC, and that stands for the Multicultural Education Concerns Advisory Committee. And our mission is to work to ensure the equity for all students by providing input directly to the superintendent on relevant issues that impact student achievement, including but not limited to parent involvement, community relations, curriculum adoption and implementation, cultural competence, equity, and other instructional concerns. Currently, there's a 30-member advisory, and it includes people from the community, which has been expanded within the last year. And now we also have students at the middle and high school level, which is great to have those voices. There are parents from gifted and special education, academic English learners, and Indian education, child in transition, and migrant education. I personally am representing the special education parent in the multicultural committee. And there's ASD staff at all levels that represent the schools and departments. And in the last year, we received some feedback and reviewed, and things that have been changed in addition to expanding the membership. We added an additional session in order to go over the proposed anti-racism and instructional equity policies. We thought this was of very major and relevant importance. And we were fortunate to have student voice involved in that. And this year, we're also using a work group structure to address the issues and to create an efficient and effective focus. And the work group areas are under policy, community engagement and resources, and community member recruitment. Now, policy, they're reviewing board policies, curriculum, and they're providing input on regulations, and with keeping in mind wanting to reduce barriers for individuals and have equity. And as I hear everyone go over Robert's Rules of Order, I think that's one thing that makes it hard for a lot of people in the community to have equal voice. And also the community engagement and resources work group, they're studying the communication and making the information get exchanged to the community, and also make it easier for the community to give information back and make it in a way that is accessible to all people equally. And we want to increase the use of available resources to continue and continue to evaluate through the feedback model to make adjustments. And that's what the work groups are doing. The third work group is the community member recruitment. And the area of focus is primarily trying to expand the number of voices that are being expressed, the number of views, so that we can adequately address all issues. And we want to expand both the membership in the community and having people contribute long-term, and also if community members have specific issue-based information that they would like to exchange and get answers for. That's where we're focusing. Now, of course, that's been somewhat halted with COVID, but that's what we've been doing in the past year. And really, with the work groups and the expanded membership so far, that's the influence of awesome Sonia Hunt. She's been a great leader, and we're happy to have this committee gaining some momentum that we haven't had in recent years.
And that concludes the report, barring any questions. Thank you.
Did any board members have any questions for Dr. Bishop or Ms. Hunt? Member Mitchell?
Sonia.
Well, the person who was speaking, I can't remember her name, said that they take a look at the policy that we're discussing tonight. I'm just wondering if there were any thoughts, if there were any concerns they had, or what the discussion was.
I believe I submitted some notes, and I don't have them at the podium, but just from my recollection, the members of the group were in favor of moving forward with the proposed policy. They thought it was a good structure for which to move forward and provide equity to our students. Something that will certainly live on because it will be policy. The only probably areas of wondering would be like, how would that be continue to be fleshed out? And so then we talked a little bit about what would be the purpose of the administrative regulation.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any other comments or questions, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 2, which is Lower Yukon School District report. And I will also turn this over to Dr. Bishop as well.
Thank you, Madam President. As a backdrop for this, as I invite Superintendent, I'd like to introduce him. The superintendent of the Lower Yukon School District is here, Mr. Gene Stone, and then his principal. So we will, I'll introduce him, and as his team and students walk forward. As you recall, this was a partnership that our board engaged in with the Board of Lower Yukon to bring some opportunities and some partnerships between a rural school district and Anchorage in getting experiences in career and technical education courses and certificates. In addition, we also expanded to the middle college. And so with that, we wanted to provide a report after the first year of the school. Please come forward. And if you guys could please state your name when you go, and you could actually use both. If you turn on the other mic as well, you can use both. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Chair and Superintendent Bishop. Thanks for having us tonight, but most importantly, just thank you for this partnership. And as Dr. Bishop said, I'm superintendent for the Lower Yukon School District. My name is Gene Stone. And really the story here is going to be delivered from our residential director and also the district director for CTE, Conrad Woodhead. And he's got a couple students here, but it I think is one of the better stories in a long time in education. Thank you.
My name is Conrad Woodhead. I'm the CTE and residential director for the Lower Yukon School District. And I want to thank the board for allowing me to be here tonight to share the exciting things we are doing at Kuzelvac Career Academy over off of Wisconsin Street. For those of you that are not familiar with our program, Lower Yukon School District's MOA with ASD and our partnership allows our students access to King Tech High School and the middle college. The partnership is the cornerstone of our program. We're truly the result of some innovative, outside-the-box thinking. And it starts with bold leadership and a willingness to change what truly adequate education looks like for our students. For those of you not sure what innovation looks like, it's taken a 2-star Spenard area hotel and turning it into a 5-star place of opportunity. Our program came from the stark reality that LYSD students academically perform less than their urban counterparts and have very little access to career and technical education, have limited job prospects in their own villages upon graduating, and attend school in a district with a graduation rate in the mid-60s. So as a result, there are very few examples of an LYSD student who has completed a post-secondary program for our students. The old saying that nothing changes if nothing changes has never been truer. So how do you change? You have a realization, you take a risk, then you become the definition of innovation. You do things that haven't been tried before. In my 20 years of teaching and being an administrator across Alaska, I realized that I was preparing my students for jobs, for careers, and for situations they had never seen outside of their village. The limits I had as an educator because of a lack of job examples within the villages I taught in was limiting, to say the least. I would often ask myself, what am I preparing our students for? Right now, we have 28 students at Kuzelvac Career Academy that have ideas and they have a plan. They see what they are preparing for. And so I brought a couple students here to share their experience at King Tech High School. Elsie Kaganek and Joseph Choluk, they're both from Scammon Bay. And I would like to ask Elsie to come forward. She's a little shorter than I am.
Hi, my name is Elsie Kaganek. I'm from Scammon Bay and a senior in high school. I signed up for KCA because I wanted more learning opportunities. I came here for the past 3 quarters and I get to go to King Tech High School, which I am taking welding. I love welding. This quarter is my first time doing something like this, and it is going very great. After my experience here, I want to try to go to school for welding and see where that journey takes me. My advice for the juniors on down is always work hard to get where you want to be from point A to point B. Try new things because your high school years will fly by quickly, and don't ever give up. I thank you guys for this opportunity tonight.
Hi, my name is Joseph Chuluk and I am from Scammon Bay. I am a junior in high school and in the Alaska Middle College School. I signed up for AMCS because I wanted to challenge myself and earn free college credits while in high school. My first semester was challenging. I was struggling with my classes, but this semester I am doing much better. I have fewer classes than I did in the fall. The teachers and counselor at the AMCS Den in King Tech are very helpful and amazing. They are supportive. I'm also taking a class at King Tech. Because of my experience in AMCS, my plans are to go to college and try to become a nurse or a teacher. I'd like to thank you for the opportunities I have been given at the King Tech High School and Alaska Middle College School.
So Joseph's our lone middle college student, and I believe it was Emerson who said the creation of 1,000 forests is in one acorn. Joseph's our lone acorn for middle college, and we're really proud of him. So we're going to be able to use him as an example for many years to come. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of different facets to our program, from the educational side of the house to the residential side of the house and everything in between. But at the end of every session, especially at the end of our in-person King Tech experiences, the thing that our kids talk about the most are the programs they get at King Tech. So to the folks at King Tech and Principal McGinley and his staff, to our staff at KCA and to our LYSD school board and administration, and especially to the administration here at ASD and school board support, I thank you truly for this partnership. You guys are changing lives, so thank you. We do have, just for the sake of timeliness, we do have some goodies for the board, and we will leave these aside here for you guys to have. So thank you.
Certainly, board, if you have any questions while they're here, they would be happy to share. And this again is, we started last year, halfway through the year, and even during the pandemic, their village trusted the program to have the kids, students rather, reside here in Anchorage and continue the program even from online learning as we've all experienced. And it has been a joy for me to just work with both Conrad and Jean in just making good things happen for young people in Alaska.
Member Holloman.
Yes, to the students and staff that are here, I'd like to say welcome to Anchorage and welcome to the Anchorage School District. We're all better for your participation in this. So it's a marvelous idea. It's not well understood by some people in the public, but when you have the chance to fully explain it, it makes a lot of sense. And I think it will make Anchorage and rural Alaska better in a whole lot of ways. So thank you.
Not seeing any other hands up. Just on behalf of everybody, thank you so very much for the presentation, for sharing your stories with us. Just so proud of everything that this partnership can bring. So thank you very, very much. Next up on our agenda is our Student Advisory Board. And so at this time, I'll hand it over to Emily.
All right, our last meeting was this last week on April 15th, and we discussed, mostly we had a brief discussion about return to school and student engagement, and then segued from that to graduation. We had some good discussions. It's definitely can feel across the district. People are ready for the end of the year. So we were really excited to hear all the progress that's been made on graduation. And then we also discussed our elections as it is the end of the year. At our next meeting, which is on April 29th, we will be having elections, and then hopefully we will have the new group that will lead us into next year, which will hopefully have a lot more exciting events coming from the Student Advisory Board. So again, our next meeting is on the 29th. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, this past weekend, OSOG hosted their virtual conference. And so we had some of our schools in ASD send in resolutions. So we're excited to hear how that went at our next meeting as well.
Thank you. Right, not seeing any other comments or questions. So an item that we have on our agenda is board conference and committee written reports. And there are several reports that are attached out on board docs for the public to read, just on updates from our committees that met last week. And those are out there. Next up on the agenda, we're going to keep this going because we've got a big agenda tonight. Goal monitoring, and we have a primary reading update. Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President. Today's goal monitoring is going to update the board on our Fast Bridge interim goal monitoring for the board's goal of reading progress and reading achievement. If you take a look, the goal for the school board is actually to look at PEAKS, which is our state test. That is a criterion reference test that basically gives specific criteria for students to be on grade level. And we are looking to move by 2026 to 80%. Again, FastBridge is an assessment that we use within our schools and our district. It's called a curriculum-based measure because it uses the actual curriculum that we're expecting kids to learn reading to assess them. The scores that you're going to see are actually a composite of our computer adaptive test, what we call the CAT, as well as other student reports in one item. If you recall during AIMSweb, we would give different assessments and share the different types of assessments from the reading CBM to a letter naming fluency to a nonsense word fluency. What we have for FastBridge is one composite score. But it is called a universal screener because it's given universally to all of our students in K2. And then we utilize the data to understand what next best students need to learn. And we know which students already know the information or that, already have those skills, and what next do they need to. So it's actually used for acceleration, enrichment, as well as reteaching. In our WIN groups, if you will, all of those occur to know to meet those standards that the board has, as well as what we call that catch-up growth, to really kind of double down on the learning to catch students up. It is essential, again, that we've learned that early learning, things that happen before third grade matter the most for success later on. So I'm going to start with the student counts. FastBridge was just recently administered, and the benchmark 1 is the middle of the year assessment. It's also known as, the winter. So you'll see it labeled winter, but in our schools see it as benchmark 1. The testing window was between January 20th and February 25th of this year. And again, I want to share with you the students that we assessed. In the winter of 2021, we had 2,000 kindergartners. If you look down, just to kind of orient you to the chart, a little over 2,100 first graders and 2,200 second graders. If you take a look at those arrows, they're really giving an assessment of what we're going to share with you of a match set. So prior to COVID-19, the last full assessment window for FastBridge was in the fall of 2019. There was a window last winter of 2020, before the pandemic, but it wasn't used universally. Basically, it was used for students that were selected for progress monitoring to determine, what they had learned. So we didn't have a full data set to really create knowledge and a trend and an understanding of where our kids are. So we went back to fall of 2019 to capture that full set. So the students from fall of 2019 who are still with us, who had 2 assessments, those are the students we're calling a matched set, so that we can determine the change in learning. And of course, the FastBridge is going to give you a score that we're going to identify as the behavioral change, or the behavioral change in learning. And these are the students that were in our schools learning, not the students that were in ASD virtual or in family partnership. These are the students that entered our buildings for which we could assess. So if we take a look at this, I want to share that the next 2 slides are basically just going to be the data that we select to really break down who are the kids in those student groups. So in first grade, that had a match set from kindergarten to first grade, as well as who was in first to second grade. And these are the students in those sets collectively. We didn't break these down into grade levels, but you can see that there was a change in the number of our students overall, as well as a change in the individual demographics across the board. These are the other student groups that we look at: the economically disadvantaged, the English language learners, and the students with disabilities. And you can also look at the decrease in the number of students tested in each of those categories. However, the N on these categories are quite large, and we believe that you could look at these and understand the student learning within them. So let's take a look at who is on track. And I want to just give you a picture of this assessment. When it provides data on student learning,
the system, if you will, places the students in 3 different categories. On-track students, just like your benchmark for peaks. Who is on track, meaning who's meeting the grade level expectations and moving in that trajectory. Also, who is at some risk, and then who is at high risk, meaning they're very far behind on that on-track status. What I'm going to share with you today are the students who are on track, as well as the students who are at high risk. The students in the some risk category are their behaviors and learning behaviors can increase or decrease. So they're that middle range. And so the goals in our district, if you can think about it in these 3 categories, are to increase the students on track. The goal is 80%. Just like your goal, the interim goal, we want to see 80% of our kids on track. And we want to decrease the high-risk students. And the high-risk students, we want to keep and continue to decrease this area. And the really target that we've set district-wide is 10%. But in each of these categories at the school level, just to have you understand this, they have their own, buckets of on-track, some risk, and high risk at their own school. And so what they do with their learning and their interventions is going to be different. Yep. That must have been. All right. So just to share, the goals are very similar. So overall, the rate for K-2 students on track for their reading proficiency increased between the fall of 2019 and the winter of 2021. And again, we tracked the cohort by matched. So these individual students that were here both times did increase the on track by a little over 2% of the in rate in that group. Additionally, first to second grade, and then all students, there's a mean for you. On the next slide, you can see that in any one student group of on track, the largest changes were the status change in Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander student group, which increased statistically significant rate of 9.51. The Asian student group also saw the second largest increase on track status of 7.37. And both of these scores were significant. And in simple statistics, when you're looking at significance, you can think of it as it's more than by chance. If a change in a rate is not significant, we like to note it, but in the regression analysis, it could be by chance. So these increases, we can say we believe that they are true learning increases in these student groups. So the Asian student increased 7.37. English language learners actually saw the third largest increase on track of status at 6.78. On the previous slide, you can see that the Black group was the only student group aside from students with disabilities to see a decrease of on-track status, decreasing at 1.22 and 1.44, or between fall and winter. Rather, the students with disabilities was 1.4. Neither the Black category or the students with disabilities group, again, were significant statistically, but should be noted. They were the only decreases in the on-track group. Remember, this is one bucket of students that were on track. Again, we're going to go to the next group we're going to look at as the high-risk students, the students that are far below the grade level expectation. So if you think about it, and I wanted to share with the board in understanding that all of our student groups are represented in each of these categories. We have all student groups in on track, all student groups in some risk, and all student groups in high risk. So all of our ethnicities and races, as well as all of our other student groups of poverty, language learning, and students with disabilities. So I wanted to be clear on that. So who's at high risk? Overall, the rate of pre-K students in high risk for their reading proficiency, or K2 students, increase in the fall as well. So this is an increase that we don't want to see, and that's why it's in red. So we want to see, again, from the beginning, our low risk, or students that are in that category on track, we want to see them increase. But this category, we want to see decrease. And that would show progress. The rate of matched students going from kindergarten to first grade that are high risk increased by over 9%. The largest change seen in any student group for high risk was the increase for Black students, which increased by over 10%. Students going from kindergarten to 1 had the second largest rate between 19 and 2021. And the next slide, we're zooming right through them. Students with disabilities saw the third largest increase in high-risk status. Of note, the Asian student group, English language learners, and students going from grades 1 to 2 all saw a decrease in high-risk status. And the high-risk status decreasing for the Asian student group was statistically significant. It wasn't only by chance. Neither the decrease for English language learners or the students going from first grade to second grade were statistically significant, but again, should be noted. And the target again for all students is what? 80%. 80% on track. So these are our data, and just wanted to share some insights that we know that the COVID-19 crisis strained our resources, but also placed a focus on a lot of innovation. And teachers and principals and support staff in school, as well as here, really jumped in with 2 feet to figure out how can we continue the learning of our students. The Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander group had a significant increase of on-track students, while the Asian student group had a significant decrease in high risk. Both were positive results, the kinds of results we want to see. These significant changes in status mean we should really continue to examine what new and innovative methods of outreach and communication were made to make such a positive outcome in student learning in these groups. At the same time, those groups that did not make those changes, are Black students and students with disabilities, both saw a decrease in on-track and an increase in high risk. They performed the opposite of our goal. The increase in high-risk students for our youngest students in K1, while on track, demonstrates the concept of polarization. You may know it by the Matthew effect. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. What you're seeing in our data are that generally those that are on a trajectory on track move at a rate and increased during this pandemic. Those that struggled with the learning outcomes prior to the pandemic also stayed on that trajectory. I shared earlier about literature I was reading in regard to this pandemic by the psychometricians in education. They believe that over a lifetime of schooling, 13 years of K-12 schooling, that is, that this COVID cohort, they call them, will experience a 15% less learning productivity unless a change is made to catch them up over their 13 years. Because what we know about education is that the earlier grades and the fundamental skills build on the next level and the next level. So understanding that, again, we are shoring up our interim goals, our actions, working with school teams to look at their own data and understanding whom in their buildings are learning well, how did they learn well, how do we continue doing the things that work, and revamp and reiterate those things that are not reaching students, because we have them with us. These also demonstrate, I would say, that focus on early learning. And I want to remind the board that in September, we started planning for our 7 schools to have primary students in right away, because they understood that early schooling and understanding and getting that foundation is key. And so that was a project that we started when we didn't have the whole schools open. We did have them open in the after school programs specifically for reading. We increased that to over 20 schools the second semester. And we continue to do that today. We have schools and children who are going during the school day and going after school to try to impact the learning. So this is, again, a criterion reference test to demonstrate the question that the board asks: what do students know and what are they able to do? When you look at a criterion reference test, it's telling you this is what's expected, this is what they can do. And the buckets of students demonstrate what percentage of our kids are on track and those others. You can interpolate these data into a percentile. And the board has been aware of percentile scores. They are given for NAEP testing. NAEP testing also demonstrates, as well as peaks, a certain grade level expectation, but then they are turned into a percentile to demonstrate where a child or a whole school or a group, an aggregate of students, falls with a norm group. Dr. Stock found out that this test, FastBridge, was normed prior to the pandemic. And so all of this information that we're sharing with you about the different cohorts are from the prior norms. Many of our test and testing companies are renorming now, and so they might change slightly. So I'm going to share this so you have an understanding. Most of us understand a bell curve. You have a timeline or a meter stick. I asked to go get a meter stick. Has 100 different slots. It's 100 centimeters. And whether you have a horizontal scale or a vertical scale, the percentile is going to share from 1 to 100 where they are, not in equal categories, but I could have someone here and I could have 2 people above them and everyone below them. But it's basically showing, if this is the second, the 99th percentile and everything down would be below it. So we just want to share. We don't know exactly where it is. It's just how many groups, aggregates are in front of you, where your kids fall, how many behind you on a scale of 100. So with that, FastBridge in the aggregate of our students changed slightly in our position, if you will. So we were 35th percentile and in kindergarten to first, and we moved to 32nd percentile. So that does mean that 68 aggregate groups were ahead of us. Our students' performance were ahead. 68 percentile of all the students were ahead of ASD in those categories. And there's 31 performing below us. And these were the changes in percentiles. The next one just demonstrates who are the kids that made changes in those different groups, student groups. And again, you can see where the significance was made in student outcomes. And the increases are in green and the decreases in the percentile in red. So this is a really 30,000 foot view. I think the board has many times asked about NAEP. NAEP is not only given a percentile, but then they're also placing those percentiles in another order of states. So they'll give you another ordinal positional state where our kids are in reading. So you could be at the potentially 35th percentile and be 50th, or you can be at the 35th percentile and be in the median range. Or, I mean, you would be in the 50th percentile in the median range, but depending on the score you received, you could change that. But the 50th percentile, half the people are going to score in front of you, half in back of you. And the bell curve is that medium. And what's going to happen, we predict with the new norming, is that the score for that median range might change if they renorm, but we don't know. We can't predict that. So, but right now, off of prior norms, Dr. Stock did find out that MAP growth is altering their norms. So that's just going to be, we're just going to have to see what that looks like. So I would like to really point out English language learners, not only here, but you also saw in the graduation data, the work that Dr. Knudsen is doing along with Christine Garvey. If you recall a couple of years ago, the graduation rate jumped over 15% in our school district. They're really working, communicating, directing. We changed the way that we did business. We went and changed positions from tutor advisors to hiring more teachers, ELL teachers, raised the rigor of instruction, and students met that goal. So this is just another demonstration that in the pandemic, the work that the ELL department is doing is really paying off, if you will. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. And I also have a team of folks to give a shout out to if I need to assist with that. But as far as what students know and are able to do with 80% proficiency, you saw the buckets of kids that's our work until 2026.
First up, Member Hildy.
Thank you. And I just very thankful for the work of the superintendent and her team and all of our teachers working to get kids' needs met during this pandemic. My question is on a little bit of the who, when we're looking at, perhaps the norm will change for the FastBridge, but if we're comparing FastBridge, I mean, that's a nationwide. So is it correct to say that when we're in those lower percentages, the children in the higher percentages are the children ASD students will eventually be competing with for colleges and jobs? So is that correct? Because if it is, we don't have to wait for the new norming. We can look at our own data to say what would be happening, but just some clarification on that.
Through the president to Member Hildy, we have all what we need. I don't believe that the reality of our learning is going to change by new norms. I just wanted to share that that's what happens when you with the norming that goes on. Yes, if you took our students are falling into three categories, all of our students, and we shared 3,000 students data, and they fall in three categories. all of these three categories are competing nationally. The norm for, I know, MAP growth is over 20 million students is what creates a norm there. So they do put all their students in a bucket, whereas it used to be on the Terra Nova test or the older tests, standardized testing, they used to find a normative group of 2,000 kids from across the country or in a certain area. That isn't done anymore because of AI and other efficiencies. Normative groups are now generally the buckets of students that take the assessments. And there are millions of kids who take these assessments from across the country.
Next up, I have Member Mitchell and then Member Hallman.
Thank you. This is a teeny bit off topic, but you mentioned that the statisticians or the psychometric people think that at the end of COVID, over the lifetime of students in their K through 12 career, they will have lost about 15% of their learning. And I'm just wondering how, I know that we're offering the summer school, if they're not remediated, if they're not caught up. I know we're offering a very robust summer school program. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask about that, whether how much of that do you think we're going to be able to address within the ASD?
Sure. Through the president to Member Mitchell, a summer school isn't going to impact just one time over. And what that, the article was from Harvard and I believe Brown, they partnered in it. And basically, they're just saying that if we don't, because early learning is so important, if we don't make up the learning on students who really fell behind because of opportunity or it was more difficult for parents at home to teach children, there's a potential over time unless something's done. So I don't want to provide doomsday. It's just that if everything was the same going forward, what they missed was such a building block that it could have a matriculation effect, that they would just not be able to do the same things that the students were able to do before them. So that was the theory behind it. But our summer school this year, what we're doing right now with after school, certainly the board's goal and the teams at the schools that really look at students and their learning and understand that there's so much to do in so little time, from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, if you remember that saying, that really we need to focus. And I believe that the board has aligned its goals with what is going to be highly important, especially for early learners, to be able to do the rest of school. So again, if you think of math proficiencies and math literacy and reading literacy, reading and writing as access skills and tools that kids use to learn, that's what they're talking about, that we have to teach them the tools so that they continue to learn. Because as you saw, it wasn't everybody though. Those that generally, teachers did an excellent job of when supports were at home and the communication, and some things really worked and we had some success. And other groups and student groups, things that we did really didn't work for them. And so the idea that the MTSS system or multi-tiered system of support offers exactly identifying what is it that this student needs that's different. So that win time that we put in our schools about 4 years ago, that is going to be highly critical to have so that each student, whether it is to continue to dig deeper and accelerate or be retaught and have 2 times opportunity to learn a skill, is going to be essential. And that was something that was very controversial because it was directed to really give students, it took away from something else, and that's why it was controversial. It took time from here and put time here. And so I believe that when schools really look at their students, look at the learning that needs to take place and utilize the time, I see the cup half full. I don't think that we're going to get to that because we have a driven focus. Our budget was designed after that. The board goals were designed after that. Schools will work on their goals. And so While summer school is one part, it will take 5 years of summer school. And we are looking at summer school as not a one and done, that this is going to continue as an investment to ensure 80% of kids by 2026 are in that on-track category, where about 30 are right now. That's a great question, though.
Next up, Member Holloman.
Thank you. This is just in reference to interpreting the numbers a little bit, and I think I know the answer. We are looking at a group of students that we were able to track over 2 years, and in 1 year that group was smaller. Is there evidence that what we have is a random selection, or is it a biased selection of, say, students that had more stability? And obviously there's a big chunk of the pool that's missing. I'm just wondering if that pool represents achievement that would be on the same level, at a higher level, at a lower level. And my guess is we really don't know because we didn't have access to them.
Through the president to Member Holloman, that's a great question. And we actually ourselves theorized on that about whom are the students that we're actually testing. But if you notice that the student groups were quite large of and in themselves, even when we didn't have it, and the matched sets, that's what we need to know. Who are the kids in these different subgroups in those different grade levels? That was a question that we asked ourselves that we didn't have access to right away. Who are the kids that we test as compared to the kids we didn't test as compared to the kids in ASD virtual? So there's quite a few questions that we had just like that. But my assessment, just given the large numbers, 500, 800, and large numbers in those categories in K2, that they're generally, we're going to find the trends to be on target. It would be my guess after spending time with them. But we had the same questions and we continue to ask ourselves. And again, Dr. Stock talks about it as all data do is they give us one set of data, gives us another set of questions. And then we go find more data and that gives us more questions. Because it is interesting with the end result though, is we want the kids to be on track.
Next up in the queue, Member Bellamy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bishop. I really appreciate the on-track, some risk, high risk categories. It really, it helps me to just visualize, where our kids are. My question, I have two questions. One is, did you say that we assessed ASD virtual students or we did not? Are they included in those numbers?
Through the president to Member Bellamy, only students who came into buildings
because they have
were
to
assessed.
Okay. Is there and there's no, so we don't know how those kids are doing, the ones that didn't come into school?
We are working on additional assessments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question had to do with, just because how are schools, can you just briefly walk through how schools are using the data for their particular school to design, how are they? Sure. I assume every school gets their data. They're sitting down together as teams and they're going through and planning. Can you just talk us through what that looks like?
Sure. And through the president to Member Bellamy, there's lots of different skill levels of folks that do this. And someone who guides them along is not only their coach is highly trained in this, as well as their principal, but also many times the school psych assists as well as just that understanding numbers and data. What we like to have is that they receive their school and they really go in through, what do you know about this? What do you see? So they really have time to look at it and really do what Member Holloman did, like ask a question. What about this? What about that? We generally talk about what the data tell us and what they don't tell us. One of the things when I started here 5 years ago, we used CBMs, which are fluency measures for like 5th grade. And we would talk about our kids in 5th grade for fluency. They were really high, but we were wondering why our comprehension was low. And we would say they don't know how to, or they're reading at this level. We need to know what the tests tell us. Fluency tests only tell you fluency. They don't tell you comprehension. So we have to use and really build our muscle around what assessment tells us what, and but the CBMs are generally used for the building the skills. They'll talk about it as a whole school, and then generally they break it down into grade levels. And then they talk about their grade level according to what is supposed to be learned and the standards, and what do our kids know and are able to do. And then they talk about that. And then a lot of times I did see this happening where they'll identify in someone's class, they had different kinds of scores. And they'll say, why is it that your kids perform better when they started off here? Then they start to really engage with each other and set plans for learning and relate what kids are supposed to know back to what we call those priorities or non-negotiables. And they start talking about those. There was a reason why a priority was in second grade for students to learn, because that was on the trajectory of what they needed to know. And so they really engage with the data, and they become very good at it, and sit and wait and can't wait. When they do engage with each other with that communication, they can't wait to sit down and talk about it. Many schools, and this is especially in the upper grades, will automatically share their map data with their students. And so then their students look at the map data and will graph their progress. They look at it as, how do we utilize this to address it? But generally, those data groups will create every quarter win groups of like students and share them to be able to say, I'm going to work on the group that doesn't know how to blend sounds. Someone else might work on the group of students that doesn't really have all the sounds down. And someone else might say, you know what, these kids are scoring very high. They're into the reading. So we're going to do something else and move into higher level reading. And so there's lots of different ways. It doesn't look one way. And that's why the ownership is at the school, to really understand their students about what instruction would we do for the students that are in my building. So while we have the non-negotiables in our curriculum and the standards, we have the standard of what is expected, and then they build upon that and adjust it according to their data. That's a great question, and they're very good at it, many schools, and then share with other schools. And it is a delight. It's working. We need to continue to move in that direction. That personal ownership of your kids. Member Hildy, did you have your hand raised again, or?
I did. Thank you. I just had a question on how this will translate into summer school, the rigor of summer school. I know it's a limited session, limited part of the day, and still fun parts of the day as well. Is there kind of a sense of urgency or intensity in really seeing where a child is at and where that child needs to get to?
Through the president to Member Hildy, absolutely. The summer schools are really built around the gaining skills and the proficiency, and they're utilizing assessments and these types of data to identify the students who are most at risk to be able to fill the seats first. So we are coupling a learning activity or an engagement activity, very similar to how we did our reading after school boot camps, if you will. The students had a very intensive reading lesson, very standardized intensive reading lesson, and then did an engagement activity so that they're attracted and had fun, and they tied them together so that they're learning as well as, this is the coolest thing ever, coming to school. So teachers are great at what they do of embedding that, but there is an urgency to the students whom were invited for the person face-to-face. But again, if parents want to just continue, as you saw, there's lots of online learning that students did quite well with their parents at home following along, and that's going to be opened up as well for choice. But I would say there is quite an urgency, and that's why these data are assisting in selecting the students.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. At this time, we're going to move on in our agenda. And next up is public testimony on non-agenda and non-action items. I'm going to read a brief statement. The board welcomes public testimony. We value public comment as it ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns and informs our decision-making process. There's a 1-hour time slot at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or may be submitted in writing. Each person will have 3 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, a chime will ring to inform you so that you can finish your sentence. I do not see our first person on the list. She was supposed to call in. I will keep an eye out for her if she shows up. So our next batch of testifiers are here in person, and I'm so excited for this next group. Speaker number 2, Zachariah Gross.
Hola, buenas noches, ¿cómo están? My name is Zach Gross, and I'm a first grader in Mrs. Larson's class at Inlet View Elementary. I am here to thank you for the IB program at my school. In my class, I am learning Spanish and about the 10 IB learner profiles. Tonight, I want to share 3 profiles with you. One profile is being balanced. I am balanced when I have many different emotions in my body. Another profile is being a risk taker. I'm a risk taker when I try new things, like speaking to you or eating new foods. I am an inquirer when I raise my hand and ask questions about things that I want to learn or don't understand. I have enjoyed learning different things through the IB program, and I hope you continue to support the program at Inlet View. Gracias.
And next up is speaker number 3, Willow Larson. Take your...
Buenas noches, yo me llamo Willow Larson. Soy una alumna en el cuarto grado en Inlet View Elementary. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de aprender español con el programa de IB. Good evening. My name is Willow Larson, and I am in 4th grade at Inlet View Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to learn Spanish through the IB program. I've enjoyed exploring the learner profile traits, risk taker, and communicator. I'm a risk taker because I went downhill skiing and went down without falling. I'm a good communicator because I like to talk a lot and share information with others. I have 2 more years at Inlet View, and I look forward to learning more within the IB program. I hope you continue to support the IB program. Gracias.
And next up, apologies if I don't pronounce it correctly, speaker number 4, Sid Salway.
Hello, my name is Sid Salway. I'm a 6th grader at Inlet View Elementary School. The IB program has challenged me to be a better person. It has provided a foundation for my classmates and I to dive into ourselves and the kind of people we want to be. The program also gives us a sense of place in our school, community, state, and world. Kids at Inlet View have learned to be risk takers, communicators, thinkers, and inquirers. These attributes not only help us persevere in school, but I found they can really help shape your social life too. By learning to put ourselves into others' shoes and care about those around us, we have grown to be accepting and positive. The IB program opened our eyes and helped us reflect upon how to better ourselves and the school environment. And if we can start with improving smaller things in our community, we can begin to positively impact the world around us. The IB program at Inlet View reaches all students in this neighborhood school. The students and families from diverse backgrounds and incomes all have equal access to the IB program at Inlet View. It would be fantastic to expand this program so more students in the Anchorage School District can learn and grow from this program like I have. To the school board, I would like to thank you for valuing a more worldwide perspective in education and giving Inlet View a chance to embark on the IB Learner program. Thank you.
Next up, we have speaker number 5, Eli Bundy.
Hi, my name is Elias Walker.
I'm going to have you scooch right over to your right, just to that red microphone right there. Thank you.
Just to make things clear, my name is Elias Walker. There's a little bit of except my mom's last name is Bundy. Hi, my name is Elias Walker, and I'm here to talk about the new IB program at my school, Inlet View. In my opinion, the IB program is really an improvement from the old ways of learning. For example, with the IB program, we can work more independently or with more help, whatever we need. Another way the IB program is helping is that we are learning more about other cultures and how they lived or live today. My brother's class is making Native American hunting hats, and my class is building cob huts. Cob is a mixture of sand, clay, and straw. We are learning about cultures and building at the same time. As you can probably tell, the IB program really helps, but I still have a few more ways that it does so. We get to learn other languages like Spanish. We also get to learn about the IB way of learning. That will help us succeed in the IB program at West High. I want an IB degree in high school because it will help me learn and travel all around the world. As the famed Yogi Berra said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Our school did just that. The people who run our school saw this fork as an opportunity to improve. So they took it, making our school into an IB school so that we could improve our learning. This is why we should keep the primary years program at Inlet View School. Thank you for listening.
All right, I want to just take a personal point of privilege and just say thank you to all the students that come. I can tell you guys honestly, you've made my night. So just thank you very, very much. And I'm glad we got you up at the top of the agenda. Next up, I do have my first speaker on the phone, and then I'll come to speaker number 6. Rihanna Gay, are you on the line with us tonight? Rihanna, if you're there, it's *6 to unmute. All right, we'll try again in a few minutes. Speaker number 6 in person, Corey Aist. And 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. These are really hard acts to follow. And I just want to say that I love optional programs. I come from an optional program myself. And we should have more of them around the district, more and more, especially at our Title I schools. It would do us some great, it would do greatness for us. Thank you for your attention and time. My name is Corey Aist, president of the Anchorage Education Association. I sent the school board a letter in regards to Memorandum 110 earlier today. I'd like to retract that letter. I was mistaken in which Federal Relief Act Memorandum 110 is referring. I want to go on the record. The Anchorage Education Association supports Memorandum 110 and the allocation of CRRSA grant award funds as written in that memorandum. I appreciate the commitment by the district to be open, transparent, and accountable to the public when considering how to allocate these funds to better student learning. In that spirit, and in regards to the next batch of Federal Relief Act funds ASD is scheduled to receive, I know the school board will want to take input from students, families, and educators on how best to support student success next year. Again, thank you for your time. We support Memorandum 110.
Thank you. Now we're going to circle back up to speaker number 1, Rihanna Gay. Rihanna, are you with us tonight?
Thank you. Finally, I am here.
Thank you. Go ahead. 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Providing a good experience is all about listening to your educators, students, and community needs and letting them have a say in the classroom our district how it is ran. Maintaining regular lines of communication with educators enables identification of main concerns and unmet needs. Concerns, initially, that the bargaining team would not come with an initial proposal. Danielson level, basic. Evidence, no proposal to share. When looking at domain 2, the bargaining environment, 2A, creating an environment of respect and rapport, Danielson level, basic. I could go on, but I move on to a quick PD on bargaining etiquette. I will use a STOIC model. Structure bargaining with organized procedures and routines for a successful time. T, teach, tell, a tractable compensation package. Tell how educators will remain safe and respect their time. O, observe colleagues and clarify when needed. I, interact positively. High rates of positive interaction between each entity has shown to increase trust and can even lead to increased academics as well. C, correct calmly, accurately, concisely. Please come correct to the next bargaining session. You are wasting time when you come unprepared, not putting your best foot forward. Getting rid of our emergency leave, ouch. Elementary is getting a new math curriculum. We have a new curriculum-based measure of fast bridge that we are still learning. Yeah, you think it's wise to strike professional development leave? Solutions, keep my instructional planning time, academic freedom, SPED protocols, and student and safety. To say that this year has been hard is an understatement. Your educators deserve better than a 0% increase. We are not asking costs to cover cars or phones. Provide your educators a competitive compensation package. As we see from the FastBridge data presented tonight, we have work to do. ASE, we are in this together. We are the body. Those who serve at the Ed Center are the brain, and those at the school, the hearts. We must align our head and heart to be on one accord. ASE, can we do it? Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, Beth Daly Gamble. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Beth Daly Gamble, and I'm the PYP coach at Inlet View Elementary School. I am also here tonight to celebrate and thank the Anchorage School District School Board for your support. This has been an unbelievable journey. As the coach of the primary years program of IB in our school, I have seen tremendous growth in our teaching and our learning skills. The journey to become the first PYP in Alaska has been incredible over the past 2 years as we progress from a candidate international baccalaureate school to a certified IB school. We are so close. Developing our skills with the PYP framework has brought us new opportunities to explore our teaching, facilitate meaningful learning, and most importantly, give more opportunities for our students to learn and put that learning into action into our community with a global mindset. As the coach, I have worked with all teachers in the school to develop units of inquiry and help make the transition into more inquiry-based teaching and concept-based learning. The students are loving it. The outcomes have been remarkable. Our students are using their voices, their ideas, and innovations to guide their own learning. Our outstanding teachers have been putting in many extra hours to develop the program within their classroom. They believe in it, but they're also strengthening their own learning with professional development opportunities on their own time. I witness excitement in their teaching and motivation to go further. I witness strength as a stronger communicator, as an educator, and as a collaborator with other teachers. They're sparking more excitement with each other and in turn developing more ideas. As you heard this evening from some of our students, they're gaining and strengthening their voice, choice, and ownership of their education, and therefore are becoming more motivated, empowered learners, future leaders. They're asking questions. They're seeking answers and exploring different perspectives and approaches to solving a problem. Our learners are gaining stronger awareness of who they are, where they are, and how the world works. Ooh, and I'm short on time. Basically, board, I am very thankful for you and your support. and I look forward to future support and this ongoing, hopefully very sustainable program with your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 8, Patricia Ahrens. Oh, Patricia, I'm sorry, star 6 to unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Patricia Ahrens, and I'm the proud principal of Inlet View Elementary. Tonight, I'm here to tell you a short story. 4 years ago, a group of educators got together and decided they wanted to enhance their teaching practices and provide more opportunities to students to have their voices heard. Teachers, parents, and the school principal started pursuing the dream of becoming the first IB elementary school in the state. Their dream was big, and to be quite honest, only a few people believed in them. However, they kept working, fundraising money for trainings, doing book studies, and learning the new IB jargon, which is kind of a learning a new language. Parents, students, and teachers attended several board meetings and presented their IB plan. On January 7, 2019, the school board approved their proposal. The school community was thrilled, excited, and at the same time nervous of the big responsibility they got themselves into. Since then, everyone at school has worked tirelessly, understanding what it means to teach concepts instead of topics, to listen to students' questions instead of asking all the questions. Teachers have learned to give students voice, choice, and ownership so they develop agency. Students are taught the 21st century skills that will help them succeed in life, just like ASD's mission statement reads. Today, Inlet View has met all the requirements to submit his application to be certificated as an IB World School, the first in Anchorage and in Alaska. This journey would have not been possible without the support of our parents, who trusted the idea and decided to send their children to our school. It would have not been possible without ASD leadership, who has given us latitude to accommodate our program and meet both ASD's and the IB organization's requirements. And last, this would have not been possible without your support. Thank you to all the school board members for allowing us to pursue a different teaching model, a model that is based on the constructivism of Dewey and the inquiry-based learning approach of Lynn Erickson. We've learned a great deal about inquiry, and I can guarantee you that we are not the same educators we were when we started. We've grown and we've improved. And when teachers get better, students get better, learn better, and enjoy school. I think that you have heard a snapshot of their voices tonight. Tonight, students, parents, teachers, and myself come to you to say thank you. You believed in us, and we are delivering, and we will continue to do our best so all students that enter our doors are empowered to solve real-world problems and strengthen their enjoyment of working towards a goal. We will continue to develop students who become compassionate, engaged, lifelong learners who help to create a more caring and peaceful world. Thank you for your investment and education and for supporting Inlet View.
Thank you. Speaker number 9, Nadine Baker. I don't know if she's in. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Wasn't sure. All right, 3 minutes, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. I can assure you the enthusiasm you hear from all the teachers and students just radiates in this school. I am a parent of 2 students at Inlet View, and it's just been so great to see this program in action. I should share that I'm a clinical psychologist at Providence, and so we all know how tough this year has been. And not just for my kids, but obviously for our community, our state. So I just want to take a moment. Thank you as a school board and as a superintendent for a job I know was very difficult and helping us navigate this past year.
as successfully as I've seen it personally and professionally. But I think this IB program really highlights what we want for every kid. And to me as a parent, the fact that it's not optional. Every kid at that school gets the philosophy, the framework, and the understanding that they are important, that they have a purpose in life to foster their own personal growth, but also to share that with their community. I feel like every aspect of this school is infused with the principles of the IB program. And being able to use that language and framework in helping kids understand all the complicated things that are happening in the world right now is really important to me. I know looking at test scores and assessments, how important that data is, but I also know that helping kids have the traits and characteristics to help them navigate things successfully, regardless of how much they like to read or how well they feel writing things out. It's important that we are building resiliency and connection and promoting an idea that at every level, whether you're a kid or an adult, is seen. So I just, again, want to highlight that this has been a great program. I would love to see ideas like this permeate throughout every school in every neighborhood. So everyone has an opportunity to enjoy a creative model that allows you to learn, but also not realize that it's a lot of work or effort, because your teachers love it, your principal loves it, the parents love it. So again, thank you so much for giving Inlet View the opportunity to show that this could work. Thank you so much for your support at our school and in our neighborhood. I greatly appreciate it. And I look forward to sharing more wonderful things with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the phone, speaker number 10, Amber Glasser. Amber, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your time, and I do appreciate everyone's hard work, and I know what kind of position you're in, and I do respect it tremendously. I represent myself and my family. I'm pulling my kids out of ASD as soon as possible with the hope I won't have to. This is heartbreaking that I have to do this. I went to Willowcrest, Romick, West High, and graduated from SAVE with a scholarship. The teachers and counselors in ASD during the 90s and early 2000s changed my life for the better and saved me in so many ways. I am in debt to them forever. I am so sad my kids will not be able to have the same school experience I grew up with in this wonderful city that is falling apart because people can't focus on what's really important. They are following an agenda. Our most beautiful, precious gifts in life. Why are we doing this to them? Recently, I've been wishing I lived in the Valley or somewhere that the school district seems to care about providing an education based on the freedom of choice. Masks on children should 100% be choice. Masks on anyone should be 100% choice. I have periodontal disease and PTSD. I cannot wear a mask. My daughter has sensitive skin and breaks out in a rash when there is and I just want everyone to know, when there is possible harm, there must be choice. She's been complaining about not being able to hear the teacher very well, and she's not heard when she's speaking. She's 8 years old and deserves a healthy learning environment. That includes physically healthy and emotionally healthy. My 12-year-old son has lost all his school friends because they were pulled from ASD or are doing virtual. He's depressed at school because none of the other classes play together, and the kids he has left in his class don't really like him. He's missed out on last year's 5th grade overnight field trip. He is missing this year's 6th grade overnight field trip. I've been an Aquarian charter school parent for the last 7 years, and I'm astounded this is what we are doing. Anchorage Municipality, Acting Mayor, and Anchorage School District are completely out of control and are not meeting the needs of our children. This needs to stop. Kids are dying from suicide at alarming rates. My son's best friend that attends Stiller called the suicide prevention hotline. He's 12. My heart is broken by your actions. My son's 6th grade graduation will be a drive-through. Meanwhile, 35 miles away in the wild, wild west, people that want to celebrate are afforded that freedom. People who want to stay home for health and safety reasons are free to make that choice. Why not here in Anchorage? My son got into Stellar for next year, and if masks are not optional, we will have no choice. And my daughter has already decided on homeschool. I hope you fix this so she can stay at Aquarian and feel good about it. We miss our school community. We miss our friends. And thank you so much for everyone's time.
Thank you. At this time, that ends our public testimony on non-action and non-agenda items. If there was any written public testimony for non-action or non-agenda, the public and board members will find it attached to the board docs section of the agenda. Next up on the agenda is our superintendent update. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President and board. I would just like to update the board that our principals are communicating graduation and the procedures and tickets and all the like to their schools and teams. If there's concerns about it, if you could let me know, and we will reroute it back to the schools and the secondary directors. But we're happy, and again, thank the mayor for assisting us with the guidance and the health mandate to allow us to have our graduations. Thank you.
That was quick. Ms. Margot, you're up next. The consent agenda.
Thank you. I move to approve the consent agenda as listed below.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Point of information, do we have the opportunity to poll first or after the vote?
Definitely poll first.
I would like to poll, I think 110.
ASD, okay. Yep, it's item number 4 under the consent agenda. So we will pass the consent agenda or vote on consent agenda items 2 and 3. Should do roll call. Okay, Emily.
Yes.
Oh. All right, it's back up. Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy. Yes. President Michaelis. Yes. The consent agenda passes with 6 yeas and 0 nays. And if I can get a motion to approve ASD Memorandum 110, I would entertain one.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 110.
Second.
Thank you. I've got a first and a second. Member Holloman, you asked for it to be pulled. I will let you ask questions first.
Thank you. I think primarily just a little bit more detail on some of the components. I'm sorry, I don't have the copy right in front of me. We had some questions from folks in the community. If we're providing internet access to families during the summer, my understanding is that it's more of a placeholder because this is an expense we may be looking at in the fall, but I would like to ask the superintendent if she could fill in for me on that.
Madam President, thank you. Through the president to Member Holloman, I'm going to request our Chief Information Officer, Mike Fleckenstein, respond.
through the president to member Holloman. We are continuing to provide that through the summer. Our agreement with the providers was a 2-year agreement or an 18-month agreement. And so the reason we got such a great deal on it was that for them to amortize the costs of the equipment, they needed 18 months or we had to buy it up front, which was going to be more expensive than the entire contract that we had because we're only paying what amounts to about $10 a month for each of those students. And so we are going to continue to provide that service the entire time, as if we were to quit, we would have to pay the rest of the contract out anyway.
And was that your only question, Member Holloman?
Yes.
All right. Did any other board members have any questions on ASD Memorandum number 110? Just to make this a little quicker, is there anybody opposed to ASD Memorandum 110? Member Holloman.
Also, I see our funds for ASD virtual teachers. I wanted to ask, I know when this started, some of our ASD virtual teachers actually were non-resident to Alaska. And I'm wondering if we're still looking at that through the summer and into the fall.
Through the President to Member Holloman, I will request that Mike Fleckenstein also additionally address teachers and ASD virtual.
Yeah, so these 20 teachers are ASD teachers, very specifically. Right now, we are hiring ASD teachers for all things virtual, unless there is a position that has gone out and cannot be covered by anybody in ASD, and then we look to cover that through other means. But that's a pretty rare event at this point, and so these teachers very specifically are all ASD teachers.
All right. Do I see any board members opposed to ASD Memorandum 110? All right, then a unanimous consent, and our consent agenda is now complete. Moving on into our action items. I'm going to read a brief statement regarding public testimony. The procedures for agenda item testimony are as follows. An action item memo is first introduced by the Vice President, and if seconded by another board member, I will open the floor for public testimony. Each person will have 2 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, a chime will ring to inform you so that you can finish your sentence. After all testimony closes, I will open the floor for board discussion before finally calling for the official vote. The voting results will be displayed on the screen. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things outside of my script, that it did go from 3 minutes down to 2 minutes because we have many speakers tonight and we want to ensure that everybody has a voice to be heard, and because we do have 2 big policies to discuss that we would like to get done. We are going to take a quick break between items number 4 and 5. And so after that break is when we will start the bulk of our action items. So at this time, I would like to ask our Vice President to introduce the first item, Memorandum 102.
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 102, a request from Family Partnership Charter Schools Academic Policy Committee to amend their current charter to increase the enrollment cap from 1,500 students which was granted during the pandemic to 2,000 students.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Are there any board members with questions on ASD Memorandum number 102? Member Holloman.
I was just going to say that I will be voting against this, even though expanding the capacity in family partnership makes a lot of sense to me. But I also understand the explanation of the administration that they have to budget for a certain number of students, and changes in that require moving resources from somewhere else in the budget in order to account for this. That expansion in these programs does come with a labor cost, and it does come with a capacity. I do hope and I expect that everybody will be prepared in case this pandemic is not done with us yet. I think we all know that it may not be. that them being able to grow and expand was very beneficial to us, and we deeply appreciate it. And I hope they're ready again if it comes and it holds students inside of ASD. But given the fact that we do have to allocate resources, I agree with how the administration has chosen to do that. So thank you.
Next up in the queue, Member Hildy.
Thank you. I second some of what Mr. Holloman said. Also knowing that the renewal, the charter renewal is coming up, I think that is a more appropriate time to amend the charter rather than in between, particularly when it is coming up so soon. But I'm very thankful for the work of our charter homeschool programs and responding to the needs of our students during the pandemic, and really going the extra mile to make sure kids' needs were met. So I'm excited that they're willing to serve even more.
Any other board members with comments or questions? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote. Emily? No. Member Holloman?
No.
Member Hildy?
No.
Member Mitchell?
No.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Bellamy?
No.
And President Michaelis? No. ASD Memorandum number 102 does not pass with 1 yay and 5 nays. But as members have said, we look forward to seeing it at their charter renewal. Next up.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 130, a request from Frontier Charter School to amend their current charter to increase the enrollment cap from 750 students granted during the pandemic to 950 students.
Second.
I have a first and a second. To be clear, that's ASD Memorandum number 103. Were there any board members with comments or questions on this memorandum? Member Holloman?
I'll simply say same logic as before, and we appreciate the work they've done. Thank you.
Not seeing any other hands up. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote. Emily? No. Vice President Bellamy?
No.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
No.
Member Hildy?
No.
Member Mitchell?
No.
President Michaelis? No. ASD Memorandum number 103 does not pass with 1 yay and 5 nays. Also, same comments. Next up is we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I want to come back and restart promptly at 7:55, and we will start with ASD Memorandum number 108 in the public testimony.
Thank you very much.
I thought you were down a little low there,
Yeah,
guys.
I was really in pain.
Hey, honey.
All right, it is 7:55. We are going to get going as promised. We're up to our public testimony on action item number 108. What probably most people may or may not see, we have over 50 people that are signed up for this particular action item, with another almost 38 or more signed up for the second one. That is why we've reduced the time down to 2 minutes. In the event, you can keep your comments inside of 2 minutes and we can keep calling on folks. That would be awesome, but you have the 2 minutes available to you. Our first speaker on the telephone, Mr. Daniel Kemp.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right, let's see if I can do this in 2 minutes. Here we go. Good evening. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Danielle Kemp. I am a retired Army Combat Officer, teacher in the ASD, parent of 2 ASD students. I'm also a co-chair of the AA's Human and Civil Rights Committee, chair of the NAACP Anchorage Education Committee, and president and co-founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators. I'm here tonight to offer my support for the ASD's anti-racism policy and instructional equity policy. Throughout history, there's been a constant drip, drip, drip of white supremacy coming from our quote-unquote educational faucet. Well, it's time to turn off the tap. We need to replace that tainted water with the clean water of anti-racism, all so that we may finally begin to heal after so many years of institutional harm. Anti-racism and equity work is not easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. We're at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The movement for racial justice, civil rights, and equity has picked up energy and steam. In 1962, John Kennedy gave his famous Man on the Moon speech during a similar time of another struggle to make Black Lives Matter, when he said, quote, "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win, and the others too. The question now before this board is, will you do that which is hard and the right thing to do and pass these policies, or will you do that which is easy and just stick with the status quo? I pray that you follow in Kennedy's footsteps and do that which is hard. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, just to clarify, the speakers are to speak specifically to the memorandums that we have in front of us. So this first one is the memorandum number 108, the anti-racism policy. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 2, Rosalind Grady. Rosalind, are you on the line tonight?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hey, I'm a mother of 5 Black beautiful children and the co-founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators. I want to point out that Black America finally won today, but there's still more work to be done. I would like to thank the district and school board members for their support and understanding on the anti-racism policy. The fact that you want to listen and support Black students, teachers in your community, which has been systemically ignored and silenced for too long, shows growth within the system. I appreciate that you have decided to examine anti-Blackness and inequities brought about by systems rooted in white supremacy. Anti-racist work means getting out of your feelings and imaginations and acknowledging that racist beliefs and structures are penetrating every part of our lives. DD and his team keep shouting, what is critical race theory? What is it? The critical race theory is an academic movement made up of civil rights activists in the U.S. who seek to examine the law as it intersects with the issues of race and challenge mainstream liberal approaches to racial justice. What is wrong with that? I am a civil rights activist, but I'm also an excellent educator. But I wish people like that would quit causing smoke clouds and deception, because CRT is not on this policy. Listen carefully. Anchorage families are being affected by white fragility. We live in it every day. We're targeted by police. Education is taught differently. We get paid differently. Those that do not want to see this change, you are a part of that problem. This is America. This is not 1981. We are living in 2021, where our children deserve to have equal education. But we have about 60% or more children in the BIPOC community that don't get that opportunity. No one is deceiving us because we live this. I wake up every day praying a different type of prayer because unfortunately, those opposed do not have to prepare their children for rides in the car, walks to the store, trips to the park, or even to pumping gas. So don't feel sorry for us. Just be a part of the problem. I mean, be a part of the change to help those that are not privileged like you and your children. And I want to make this clarification. I'm talking to those that are opposed of the anti-racism policies, but I'm in support.
Thank you. Your time is up. I got so excited to get back after our break. I forgot one of our key pieces of procedure. Ms. Margo, if you would please introduce that memorandum.
I will. Thank you. I move to approve ASC Memorandum number 108 and pass Board Policy 0400, anti-racism.
Second.
Next up, in person, speaker number 3, Kevin McGee. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, board directors. I'm going to read to you a short story, then I'll give you the ending and the purpose. The day was January 15th, 1984, or maybe it was the 17th. No, it was the 15th, the Tuesday. I remember because I had packed scheduled for that day, and I still had a long week ahead, longer than I thought. On that cold, crisp January morning, I took a ride from a stranger, not just any stranger, but an Anchorage School District maintenance man driving a school district van. I think back now and say to myself, what was I thinking? When he offered me a ride, suddenly all I could think of was that I had no mittens and that the sleeves of my old winter coat were just an inch too short. These people were screened, weren't they? Otherwise, they wouldn't be around children. I could trust them just like a teacher or a policeman or a minister. It could have been worse, much, much worse. I mean, I could be dead now. Rather than that terrified, broken little girl running down the street as fast as she could, her head coated with blood, as I sit here now with tears streaming down my cheeks, I know that I will never in my entire life be as alone as I was during those moments inside that school district van. At the time, the Anchorage School District Superintendent was Mr. Gene Davis. This gentleman testified on behalf of the perpetrator, saying that he was a good old boy. Apparently, the police department and the district attorney, former Gail Frades, thought it was not enough strong evidence, even though the little girl's blood was found inside the vehicle and on a pipe wrench that was used to hit her in the head. At the same time, this district attorney was further busted for driving under the influence. Fear is a tangible thing. Discrimination and racism is a tangible thing. This little girl was my daughter, the one I spoke to you of, that went on to complete her education in the Anchorage School District, earned a scholarship under academics, and went on to Johns Hopkins to graduate.
Thank you. Next up in person, speaker number 4, Daryl Mitchell. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying that I'm completely impartial. My desire in giving this testimony today is to put an end to racism completely, to put it into it now, for if racism does not end today, it surely will not end tomorrow. And our history has proven this fact to be accurate. If I ask myself, what will end racism today? I ask, will it be a policy, protest, an organization, a theory or idea, time? In being serious, I see that none of these qualities have ended racism today. In being that my primary concern is the actual ending of racism altogether, I naturally negate all these qualities. And what I am left with is the actual problem of racism itself. Now, from here I ask, what is creating this behavior we call racism? What is the actual cause to the effect as racism? Being that there is no solution of any kind in my mind, for nothing has solved racism, one explicitly sees that the actual root cause of racism is racial identification. And a direct outcome of racial identification is the violent behavior we call racism. Within the very identification with a particular race, you are in fact a racist. I am afraid that most of us in this room are completely insensitive to the actual reality of racism and thus are completely insensitive to its root cause. But for those who are sensitive to the immense dangers of racism, there is a demanding question. Will you end racial identification within yourself completely? Will you die to your identification with a particular race right now, today? If not, then I'm afraid that no policy of any kind will ever put an end to racism, for putting the solution before the total comprehension of the problem will inevitably create more problems within itself. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, in person, speaker number 5, Taylor Mitchell. Thank you for joining us. 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
I'm Taylor Mitchell. I'm with the Alaska Black Caucus, currently serving on the Education Committee. I'm speaking to everyone listening. Condescending, gaslighting, dismissive statements like racism. I mean, really? We're talking about racism? Or maybe the ASD should stick to being worried about reading, writing, and math, which came from public attendees at the last board meeting, or member Don Lee suggesting in his article released last week that equality laws passed in the 60s and 70s somehow equates to we've done enough, which really has an undertone of we haven't done enough for you people of color already. Let's move on. This is a huge reason why today's vote is of paramount importance. Racism is taught, whether that be via media, schools, or home life. It comes from people. Making a specific commitment to combat racism isn't divisive. It's necessary and the right thing to do. Mentioning, acknowledging, and teaching race isn't divisive. It's being real and honest. Whether you like it or not, your kids are growing up in a world full of color. Anti-racism is not some newfangled political idea. The opposition accuses you that if you support anti-racism policies, you're either a Marxist, socialist, or anti-democracy, since apparently being asked to critically think and introspectively think in relation to racism, inequity, and discrimination is bad, which is interesting because we teach critical thinking in our schools. But now all of a sudden, because it's being tied to race, moms and grandparents are calling in, claiming it'll destroy their children. The policy in question is about ensuring the district is examining its practices, protecting its students at every turn. To say, let's ignore this policy is to say that all our students aren't worth protecting. Racism, discrimination, retaliation, and inequity are not made-up issues. Hear this. We all have equal protection under the law, but we're not always all equally protected. The flawed execution of laws show itself in the systemic ways. The ASD has much room for improvement, and the policy at hand is a good step in achieving what we all want for our students, which is to be set up for success and be safe and free to learn. I urge the board to vote in support of the anti-racism policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
A point of personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I never stated that I thought the 1960s civil rights laws were the only thing we should ever do to fight racism anywhere in this country. So that was a misstatement.
Okay. Speaker number 6 on the telephone is Polly Carr. Polly, are you on the line with us tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. My name is Polly Carr, and I want to express my support for the ASD anti-racism policy and thank the school board for committing to strengthen district systems and practices. It's not new information that racism exists in our society, institutions, and in ourselves, or that because of racism, Black, Indigenous, and students of color face more barriers to success in education, feel less supported and safe in their schools, and experience a sense of being unseen for their contributions. What is new is an awakening across our country by individuals, communities, and institutions about our racist history and current systems, and a desire to acknowledge, heal from, and directly address these impacts. And today we saw a glimpse of that in action. As a white mother of a white child, I am one of those who has come to reckon with my own upbringing, the history I was taught and Western world view that shaped my thinking, and the privilege that kept me blind to the inequities all around me. I want my daughter to be aware of our true histories, to understand why it's important that all students have the same access to learning, safety, and support, and to know that ensuring equity for all does not mean removing opportunity for any. I'm struck by those opposing these policies on the basis that they would introduce critical race theory into our schools like some sort of boogeyman. Critical race theory describes an academic approach in multiple fields to understanding the systems and socially constructed ideas that influence our fundamental understanding of the society we live in. This term has been co-opted as something to be frightened of and a reason to oppose good policies that our community wants. I challenge those using critical race theory as a reason to oppose this policy to articulate what they understand this term to mean, how positively addressing measurable inequities in our own district data is related to critical race theory, and how they see enactment of anti-racism policy actually harming them, their children in the district, and the community. I welcome the passage of this policy and look forward to how it will benefit all students, including my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the phone, speaker number 7, Megan McBride. Megan, are you on the line tonight?
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to comment on the proposed instructional equity and anti-racism policies. I'm a high school social studies teacher in ASD, and I actually shared the draft policies with my 11th grade students and invited them to give me optional anonymous feedback about their thoughts. Before I share a few quotes from their responses, let me be clear that I did not coach or guide their answers. I did not define racism for them or share my own opinion. They read the draft policies on their own, and if they wanted to, they shared anonymous comments with me. The vast majority of my students shared that they personally have not experienced or witnessed racial hate in speech or overt actions at school, which was a relief to hear. And in spite of that, my students still see value in the school board adopting these policies. Here are a few quotes. So they are proposing these policies. You mean they don't already have an anti-racism policy? Another, ever since the start of the pandemic, I feel like everyone is just giving me a death glare. Nowadays, I just want to stay home. I don't want to go out. Another, there are certain teachers who treat people differently, but they are very sly with it. Another, it would mean a lot to me, and I definitely want it to happen, meaning the policies to pass. Another, why is it just happening now? It's crazy how convenient it is that we are just now thinking about an equity and anti-racism policy after we heard about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, etc. And 2, yeah, the policy might help racism, but it's not going to solve it. I also think about how it's a start for us minorities. It's not much, but it's a step towards ending racism. And the last quote I have to share, I'm really surprised that there is not anything like this already in place. I think that it would be good to have an anti-racism policy. I hate that people discriminate just because of a person's skin color and or culture.
I'm so sorry. Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you so much for that. Speaker number 8 on the telephone, Chelsea Foster. Chelsea, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. For the record, Chelsea Foster. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak tonight. I want to just start off by saying I strongly support this anti-racism policy. My nieces were pulled out 2 years ago from the Anchorage School District for racial discrimination. And if this policy is not passed, there's a real chance that there's 5 students in my family alone that will not be a part of the Anchorage School District this next year. So that's all I have to say. I echo the comments made before me. Man, I have goosebumps. I hope you guys do too. This needs to be passed. We are decades late. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 9, Jeffrey Mayfield. Jeffrey, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
My name is Jeffrey Mayfield. Thank you for hearing for me today. I am here to testify in support of the anti-racism and equity policies you'll be considering tonight. I am Caucasian and in a mixed marriage myself and have an amazing biracial son. He's intelligent, thoughtful, and kind, but already at the tender age of 10, he has experienced racism from multiple sources that has made him ask questions that no dad ever wants to have to answer. This has come from within the district and without. Generally speaking, the vast majority of people don't do or say racist things because they're bad people. They do or say them because they don't know any better and haven't been trained to see their biases or haven't had the luxury of being in someone else's shoes. I fully admit to having been unaware that some of my past actions were ignorant at best and could have been classified as racist at their worst. It took marrying an immigrant to really open my eyes as to the plight of people less privileged than myself. I have seen as recently as 1 week ago today, systemically racist practices bring my wife to tears. She is highly educated, has 2 master's degrees and a doctorate, but that still does not make her immune to racism that is inherent in our society. Before I married her, I would have said be more prepared or it's one little hiccup. But when I've watched those hiccups affect someone as educated as her and as privileged as her, frankly, day in and day out, month after month and year after year, it becomes more than isolated events. It becomes evidence that systemic racism that these policies work to combat. Anchorage was on the verge of electing a school board member who says multi-relational relationships like mine aren't normal. She actively fought against our anti-discrimination laws in 2015. We also have a sitting school board member who wrote an op-ed recently full of half-truths and fear-mongering. If my personal story doesn't convince you for the need for these policies, then the fact that nearly half of Anchorage voters think that this ideology is acceptable should do the trick. No person is perfect. We all make mistakes, and the best we can do is to learn from them. That's what these policies do. They help us learn and give our educators, staff, and students the tools to help overcome some of these challenges. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up was supposed to be a speaker on the phone. However, I don't see him. I'll check to see if they are in person. Carly Dennis. All right, I will watch for them in a little bit. Speaker number 11 on the telephone, Aiden Weitzner. Aiden, are you on the line tonight?
Hello.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Anchorage School Board, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aiden Weitzner and I am a member of the Alaska Black Caucus Education Working Group. I'm here today to commend your support of the anti-racism policy that is up for vote. This policy is the first step in working towards eradicating institutional racism in the ASD. As we all continue to witness fatal police shootings, this time in Minneapolis, Chicago, and Honolulu, we must also consider the impact these events can make on our students. There is no longer space for silence, and they are listening for our response to show that we care for them and will no longer tolerate the decades of overt and subvert racism. We must be proactive in addressing bias incidents that may occur by firstly establishing that we are, as a community, expecting better. I hope that this policy will be passed to put the framework in place for action to be taken and that our students can see racism will not be tolerated to the slightest extent. This action must be taken swiftly. The community will no longer tolerate incidences slipping through the cracks any longer. Once again, I think it should be said that this policy is not about telling children what to believe or generating bias against white students. It is about providing an opportunity for every child, regardless of skin color, to feel safe to express themselves and learn without hindrance in their classroom. No matter how uncomfortable it may be, these conversations on racism and bias are important to have, and I encourage further discussion with the community. I commend your support of this policy and look forward to seeing the action that will be taken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 12, Jedediah Pollard. Jedediah, are you with us tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
You sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right, my name is Jedediah Pollard. I'm 19 years old and a graduate of Bartlett High School. I'm a current college student attendee there, and I wanted to show support for the anti-racism policy. I think it's important to vote for adoption. I know racism won't be eliminated completely with the passing of this, but this is a great step in the right direction if this is voted in for adoption there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 13, Celeste Hodge Groden. Celeste, are you with us tonight?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, school board members and Superintendent Bishop, for this opportunity to testify. Today is a historic day for many of us. Feel a sigh of relief for justice from today's verdict. However, we know there's still much work to do to reform these archaic systems that perpetuate racism. I want to thank many Alaskans who are working hard to ensure that every child in our state, regardless of race, has equal access to educational opportunities in our public school system. Let's be clear about the policies that are before us. The anti-racism policy simply acknowledges that racism has existed and continues to exist in our schools. Racism is not good for anyone, and racism should be identified and eradicated. The instructional equity policy simply requires our superintendent to assess whether or not resources are being allocated fairly across the district and to report on that annually. As the president of the Alaska Black Caucus, I would like to testify again in support of these policies. As many know, the Alaska Black Caucus is a nonpartisan organization with the goal of representing Black and marginalized voices. We strongly believe the public school system has a duty to identify and address racism and ensure equality in education. Anchorage has some of the most diverse schools in the country. We have the top 3 diverse high schools, 6 of the 7 most diverse middle schools, and 19 of the nation's most diverse elementary schools. Why then would it ever be a question of whether or not the Anchorage School District should ensure that our public schools support all kids? There is currently a lot of fear-mongering and misinformation spreading about these policies and what they mean to our schools and our children. Let me just say that it is not courageous for an affluent white male school board member to take a stand against anti-racism policies. It is not indoctrination to acknowledge that racism exists. This isn't, as many have argued, a change in curriculum. This is acknowledging and eradicating racism. This isn't an attempt to hold back white students so children of color can catch up. Can you really represent the most diverse school district in the nation if you are not willing to acknowledge racism because it makes you a little uncomfortable? Do you really think that
2 minutes are up? I know it goes fast. Speaker number 14 on the telephone, Barb Clark. Barb, are you on the line with us tonight? Barb, it is *6 to unmute if you can hear us.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. As I wrote this testimony, I had 2 documents open. One, a post about the proposed policy that member Donnelly made to a blog, and the other, the proposed policy itself. A Venn diagram of the subject matter of each piece would show very little overlap. Mr. Donnelly raises some scary specters, Marxism, socialism, whatever reverse racism is, and he goes on about 2 books that I've read. A couple of his quotes from those books do indeed condemn capitalism, though most of the content of both books does not. More to the point, the actual policy you're being asked to ratify does not. Sometimes I get sideways with my more activist friends because I'm basically a left-tilting moderate. While much of what I read in How to Be an Anti-Racist and White Fragility seemed to me to be spot on, some does feel a bit over the top, and that's okay. I read a lot of things, and I don't get my back up in the presence of a thesis with which I'm only mostly in alignment. And neither of those books awaits your ratification anyway, nor does the proposed policy require anyone to read them, let alone concur with them. As a card-carrying moderate, I can tell you that the proposed policy is a model of moderation, of common sense justice, of standard issue fairness. No well-informed person could argue that there have been no barriers to full participation for some racial groups, that those barriers have had no lasting repercussions, or that the ongoing disparate outcomes for students from those groups are inexplicable and unrelated to any conditions over which anyone but themselves or their families might have had any control. The notion that existing barriers ought to be identified and dealt with not only isn't radical, it's not even especially remarkable. It's hard to see how we respond to it with anything other than, of course. Of course we'll look for those barriers. If we do find some, of course we'll set about removing them. Methodology, TBA, but as always, the board retains oversight. 120 concludes, the superintendent shall submit an annual report. If there's a more moderate, more conventional, less burn it all down, less wild-eyed radical response to a perceived problem than an annual report to a board of directors, I don't know what that might be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, speaker number 15, Megan Holton. Megan, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hi, this is Megan Holton. Thanks so much for listening to my testimony. This is the third or fourth time that I've testified in support of the anti-racism policy, and I feel that everyone here, school board members, have a choice to make the right decision here. Earlier I spoke, and many others have spoken very eloquently on the need for the policy, and then I've spoken before as my experience as a white student and the mother of a white son, the importance of having policies like this in place. And then I've also spoken before on the positive outcomes that come from anti-racism policies. I just want to remind you all that it is racism and not race of the students that causes these outcomes that we've been hearing about. And we need to explicitly work on racism to eliminate these disparities. And that's why the anti-discrimination policy isn't enough. So that I urge you to pass these policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 16, Dr. Paula Williams. Dr. Williams, are you on the line with us tonight?
Yes, good evening. I am Dr. Paula Williams. A proud member of Alaska Black Caucus, and I'm also the co-chair of the Education Committee. I'm testifying in favor of the anti-racism and instructional equity policies. ASD, in its statement in response to the death of George Floyd, in the last paragraph, invited the community to partner with you as you work to improve our educational system. The community came forth to partner with ASD by testifying to racist practices and instructional inequities within our educational foundation. If ASD sincerely intends to partner with our community, then you must vote in favor of the anti-racism and instructional equity policies. Thank you to all the students speaking on this evening. You are why we testify. And I want to thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 17 on the telephone, Mike Grunst. Mike, are you on the line with us tonight? If you can hear it.
Good evening. Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Mike Grunst, and let me just start by saying I support the adoption of the anti-racism and instructional equity policies. I'm a proud parent of 2 elementary kids in the school district, and am myself a graduate of the ASD way back in the early days of 1990. In my 32 years of military service to date, with multiple overseas deployments, being a former small business owner, a husband, and a father, I've learned a few things. One of those things is that you need to always look for ways to improve yourself, your organization, your community. The Anchorage School Board is proposing an anti-racism and instructional equity policy that addresses those potential improvements. The policies we are discussing seem pretty simple to me. We take the time to identify potential roadblocks or barricades any of our children may experience that may keep them from learning. These barriers can be physical, financial, language, social, emotional, historical. If a path is blocked, a door is locked, it is a job as a leader to remove the barricade, to open the door. We need to know these barriers are there and then identify them. The policy review being proposed and discussed here is nothing more than an opportunity to do better, to be better. When we make sure everyone in our community is able to learn without barriers, to learn equitably, then our entire community is better. Our entire community benefits. I'm sure we can all agree what we want is what's best for our kids and for Alaska's future, for all of our kids. You know, I'm going to tell you that education is not a pie. When someone takes a piece of the pie out, it doesn't leave less pie for everybody when it comes to education. That's not how this is here. By ensuring that everybody has equitable access, that everybody is treated fairly, and we identify any barriers, we do better as a community.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Just to check and see if this person has showed up in the room instead of on the telephone, Kimberly Waller. Right, not seeing this person. Speaker number 19 in person, Madison Knutson. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the school board and Superintendent Bishop. I am Madison Knutson and I am in 11th grade at the Alaska Middle College School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the anti-racism and anti-racism policy. To be clear, I am in favor of the anti-racism policy. I would like to open with a quote by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. I am convinced that men hate each other because they fear each other. They fear each other because they do not know each other. And they do not know each other because they do not communicate with each other. And they do not communicate with each other because they are separated from each other. This quote was especially meaningful to me after listening to the town hall meetings, work sessions, and public testimony. What I learned is that there is a lot of fear in our community. We must work together as an Anchorage community to ensure that all students, no matter their race or ethnicity, have access to high quality education. As a student, I strongly support this policy because I want every student in the ASD to feel safe and successful in classrooms and to be able to achieve the outcomes they deserve. I believe that these policies are a step in the right direction of ensuring awareness, followed by actions, so that all students can feel safe in their schools. Additionally, I believe that it is important that we acknowledge that racism occurs in Alaska and in our school district, so that, and instead of ignoring it, we can educate ourselves and do something about it. After listening to the other testimonies, I realized that people wonder what will happen when these policies are passed, and I would like to suggest an action for the administration to consider. First, I believe that we need to include more literature written by people of different races and backgrounds. By reading stories created by diverse authors, students may learn to acknowledge other cultures and understand their classmates better. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, Ayu Kasatuk.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I grew up in this district and currently have 4 children in the district from 2nd to 12th grade. I'd like to speak to you from my experience as an Inupiaq woman growing up here. In the policy before you tonight, it says, the board acknowledges that racism has historically existed in our education system. I feel that part of the problem facing us right now is that we're not taught the true history of our education system in Alaska. Most Alaskans don't know that after becoming interested in the plight of Alaska Native peoples, General Agent of Education Sheldon Jackson was charged with establishing an education system through the missionaries with the express purpose of civilizing Alaska Native peoples. This kill the Indian to save the man assimilation era was often carried out in violent, demoralizing, and deeply traumatizing ways, including through the removal of our kids to boarding schools far from the protection of their families and communities. This is an ancient history. Survivors walk among us today, the strongest people I know. If you're not familiar with the boarding school era, it's imperative that you educate yourself on this critical history you've inherited as educators and administrators. So why am I telling you this? This weaponized school system created a hierarchy of worth based on race by centering white Western values and perspectives on history and all subjects. It effectively displaced our own knowledge while not teaching about the history that removed it, and really what has changed. Today, this legacy shows its face in the demographic breakdown in which students succeed and which experience low achievement and graduation rates. Voting in support of this anti-racism policy will exemplify our moral courage to open our eyes to the ways racism has been built into the structures of our schools and take a stand to say that it is both unjust and fixable.
Thank you. Next up in person, speaker number 21, Corey East. Thank you. 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thanks again for your time tonight. Ms. McBride reminded me that the loudest voices, the most important voices we should be listening to tonight are those of our students. this will impact fully. Madison, excellent job tonight. Thank you. I was looking over the written testimony and I found some from our students, amazingly enough. So I'm going to read that on their behalf. After discussing the policies with our student government, the feedback we had for the anti-racism policy was positive. We were glad that the issue has been addressed and all agree action needs to be taken. I believe that was Diamond. After reviewing the policies, advisory representatives reported that Polaris students understood and supported the policy's purpose and intent. After reviewing and discussing the policies with our student government class, the response and reaction was positive. This is from Service High School. They support it and stand up. Our discussion yielded very similar thoughts and ideas about the two policies. Overall, the idea and the action behind them are great. I am not able, I think that's South. Stellar's discussion seemed very similar to those above. We like the policies. Your students are screaming. The vote is obvious. Overall, our school had a lot of positive feedback about the policies and was glad the issue was being acknowledged. The only negative comment about this, consistently, that it's just a little vague, that there needs to be more detail. It's our students. It's all about our students. As the president of the Anchorage Education Association, we stand with the students. Please support these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the phone is speaker number 22, Ben Walker. Ben, are you on the line with us tonight?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Ben Walker and I'm a parent of 2 ASD students and I'm also a teacher here. And I'm here tonight to unequivocally support the anti-racism policy. You know, this is life-changing, even life-saving work. And the most important change I've seen in my 15 years as an educator in this district. I was planning tonight to refute some of the massive amount of misinformation those in opposition unfortunately continue to spread about anti-racism. However, I'm not going to get distracted and make this about them. This isn't about them and this isn't about me and this really isn't about any of us testifying here tonight. This is about the students. We can't spend our time and energy focusing on adults right now. This is about the students in our classroom. You see, we teach 2 ways, by what we do and say, and what we don't do and we don't say. What we don't talk about and leave out says as much about what we value as what we include. And by not actively, continuously calling out and discussing racism in an anti-racist fashion, we allow the status quo to continue, whether it's healthy for society or not. 90% of students attend public schools, and it is in these classrooms they learn about the priorities of society by both what is taught and what is not. It is here that they learn how society values them, their culture, their past, their perspectives, by what is taught and what is not. For a student who is in public education from kindergarten to graduation, they spend over 15,000 hours in classrooms. They say it takes 10,000 hours to master something. So our students have mastered and more, whatever is taught and not taught in schools about society. If we want more just, equitable, and compassionate society, free from racism, both acute and systemic, we must have more just, equitable, compassionate, and yes, anti-racist schools free from racism, both acute and systemic. And that starts by taking a hard look at every part of this system and identifying where we are knowingly and unknowingly making it more difficult for our students of color to be the best versions of themselves. One of my students recently said, we were discussing representation in science while reading Hidden Figures. She said, you know, I like learning about all the white scientists like Einstein and Newton, but I just wish I could also learn about scientists that look like me too, and then maybe more people would be interested in science. Please don't fall for the trap of those making the most noise and make this about adults. This is about kids, all kids. And
Thank you so much. Your 2 minutes are up. Speaker number 23 on the telephone, Tanya Iden. Tanya, are you with us tonight?
Hi, this is Tanya. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable school board members and Superintendent Bishop, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Board Policy 0400 Anti-Racism and 6140 Instructional Equity. My name is Tanya Iden. I'm a mother of a 7th grader at Romig and a 4th grader at Aquarian, a small business owner in our community, and I was educated K through 12 in this school district, graduating from Betty Davis East Anchorage High School in 1991. Thank you for introducing these policies. These are sensible and necessary statements of truth. You are doing the right thing. Unfortunately, there is racial inequity in our educational system. To overcome it, we must name it and enact anti-racist policies to support racial equity between racial groups. As a student at East High, I saw how the unequal footing between racial groups played out when primarily white kids were in advanced and AP classes. It plays out when students of color are more likely than white students to be suspended. It's reflected in how this district teaches about Alaska Native people today, presenting them as if they are not contemporary peers who may be sitting in the classroom, but long ago lost tribes, and overlooking the history of disease and pandemics brought by outsiders and forced assimilation in our own state. These policies are uplifting and additive. They challenge the district to give equal weight to the stories and achievements of all racial groups. As the anti-racism policy states, you are to champion a district culture that values and respects the diversity and life experiences of all stakeholders. Education is not a zero-sum game. Teaching about one culture or race doesn't take away or lessen another. Learning is infinite. We owe it to our kids to expose them to the truths and injustices of the past so they can be critical thinkers today. I'm excited to think of the improved educational environment these policy statements can lead to. The anti-racism and equity policies are a step in the right direction.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, number 24 in person, Jeff Houghton? No? Okay, maybe not. On the telephone, speaker number 25, Marlo Sully. Marlo, are you on the line tonight? If you can hear us,
Hi, I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thanks. Should I talk about just the anti-racist policy or both of them? I'm signed up to testify for both.
This is only testifying on the anti-racism policy. There will be another opportunity for the next policy.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Marlo Scully. I'm in the Fairview area. I'd just like to quickly amplify what other folks have said in their powerful testimonies and thank them for all of the energy and the passion that they brought to this meeting, especially, all the students and students of color. As a white person, it took people holding me accountable to finally address, my implicit biases and do better when it comes to supporting the people of color in my life. And I think that's exactly what these policies are about as well. And the Anchorage School District is really making a commitment to address racism. And once that commitment is made, we can start to make progress as a community. I'm strongly in support of this policy and urge school board members to vote to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 26 on the telephone, Emily Taylor. Emily, are you on the line with us tonight?
Yes. Hi, my name is Emily Taylor, and I'm an Indigenous high school student who attends Diamond High School, and I'm showing support for the anti-racism and instructional equity policies. Growing up in the Anchorage School District, I've been surrounded by the cultural and racial diversity that reflects the uniqueness of Anchorage as well as Alaska. While most students are not outright racist towards their peers, some are unequipped with how to adequately respond to the diversity of their community. For example, students may ask offensive or invasive questions or direct microaggressions at other students without knowing the weight or consequences of their questions or actions. The actions taken after these policies could help alleviate that and make a better environment for our students. I believe that first acknowledging that racism exists and moving to help educate everyone on how this affects students is a great first step. And it is also important to teach the true history of BIPOC people, especially in classes such as Alaska Studies. This policy would not only help our school district become a more welcoming and safe environment for students, and it would improve the district greatly. For a school district that contains many of the most diverse schools in the nation, it is the bare minimum to acknowledge the existence of racism and promise equity for all students. This would not hurt white students and would help BIPOC students, and I encourage the school board to pass these policies. Koyana, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in person, speaker number 27, Scott Hipsack. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Scott Hipsack, and I'm here before the Anchorage School Board to respectfully request an anti-racism memorandum be rewritten, as well as the ideology of critical race theory not be taught, adopted, or otherwise instituted in any form in the Anchorage School District. Critical race theory is just one more ideology that sounds new, but in reality is nothing more than some rehashed ideas painted over with a coat of racism to make them sound new and fresh. This ideology and others in the past are about power and control, and history has shown numerous ideologies in the past have resulted in complete failure and more of the very thing they sought to resolve. Since my time is short, I've compiled 3 reasons why adopting this ideology would be detrimental to our children and society at large. 3 reasons our critical race theory is, by definition, a racist ideology. It further divides our children and society instead of bringing us together, and it does nothing to further the Anchorage School District's primary goal of educating our kids to their future success in society. Now, removing races is something we all strive for. This is the common ground we all have regardless of social, political, or religious groups we associate ourselves with. While I firmly believe that we all feel this way, today's media pounds us with the idea there's systemic institutional racism and white privilege, and white people have white privilege, and that we all must be anti-racist, otherwise we're racist. So the ideology of critical race theory, though, by definition, is racist. It seeks to legitimize the categorization of people using their race, skin color, ethnicity in order to justify policies, procedures, even strategic planning initiatives. This idea in and of itself, to use race, ethnicity, or any other inherent characteristic to judge, categorize, or otherwise treat people differently is racist. And anything towards that end is entirely racist. And therefore, I respectfully request a memorandum be looked at and rewritten, if not removed. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 28 in person, Shirley Hipsack. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
I'm here to talk about critical race theory. Critical race theory is really bad for our children. It's a dangerous educational agenda that should not be used in any fashion in the Anchorage School District. It perpetuates the very racism you seek to eliminate. It reinforces the division of children by race and removes personal responsibility and accountability from the equation of success. The Anchorage School District already focuses on the social, emotional learning of our students. Equality means treating everyone the same, regardless of race. Equity means treating everyone different to ensure the same outcome. Equity sounds good, but it's impossible to achieve. The subtle but very real message here is the child cannot succeed unless they overthrow the oppressors or the oppressors treat them different than others. This goes against the very idea of this country that all are equal, and it's a very dangerous idea to suggest to our children. Critical race theory is completely dependent on racial segregation. If there is no racial segregation, then critical race theory would not be needed. Critical race theory must perpetuate the idea that racism is systemic and continues to affect various groups of population. This completely counters to the current district mission of social, emotional learning taking place in our schools. Critical race theory instructs the teacher to look at the race of the child first. A child should never be judged by the color of their skin. Going one small step further, critical race theory dictates that our white teachers are the oppressors and the students lack success in the classroom due to the teacher, not the students. This disrespects our teachers and directly opens them up from all attack, from all angles, makes their job much harder. That's it.
That's it. Thank you so much. Next up in person, speaker number 29, Marvin Hipsack.
Condensed version, I guess, here.
Thank you. 2 minutes and the floor is
I'm
yours.
Marvin Hipsack. The last time I was here, I had a few questions for you, but how much advance notice are you going to give the parents on this critical race theory? Or is this going to be a Nancy Pelosi hijinks? You know, when she said, pass the Affordable Care Act, we need to pass it to know what's in it. Is that what this board is going to do to the parents? Pass it and tell them later? So when you inform the parents as to what you're going to teach about critical race theory, please do not sugarcoat it with some other fancy names like we'll be teaching anti-racism, diversity and inclusion, and or equity and equality. Tell it like it is. Critical race theory, socialism, Marxism. Also, is there going to be any opt-out for my grandchildren if they start hearing this in the classroom? I want an opt-out. I don't want them listening to this stuff. Then, critical race theory defines human history as a struggle between the oppressors, white people, and the oppressed, everybody else. Like Marxism, it advocates for the destruction of institutions such as the Western justice system, also free market economy, orthodox religions, while demanding that they be replaced with identities complement with the critical race theory ideology. Have you heard about the school in New York City, that Beverly school is $50,000 a year tuition to go there? One parent, Andrew Gutman, wrote the letter, very long, but one paragraph he wrote on it: I object to the view that I should be judged by the color of my skin. I cannot tolerate a school that not only judges my daughter by the color of her skin, but encourages and instructs her to prejudge others by theirs. He's pulling her out of there after 7 years. This is how socialism starts, then to Marxism. The left just wants to get their foot in the door. Do not vote on this until you tell every parent what you are teaching, that you owe that to them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up on the telephone, speaker number 30, Rebecca Noblin. Rebecca, are you on the line tonight?
Hi, this is Rebecca Noblin.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling in support of the anti-racism and the instructional equity policies. And I'd like to support and uplift the voices of folks who spoke before me, especially the people of color who spoke in favor of these policies. As a parent of 2 white children, I recognize that my kids are in a privileged position. Their teachers, by and large, look like them. The books they read are about children who look like them. The history they learn is a history of European settlers. Adults implicitly assume that my children will succeed, and when they have a bad day, the adults in their lives cut them a break. I want all children to have the same opportunities my children have. The anti-racism and instructional equity policies are a first step toward creating an educational environment where each and every child is given their full opportunity to grow. The policies are a recognition of a problem and a promise to work to address it. They're a small but critical first step. I'm not the least bit worried that the policies will have a negative impact on my white children. To the contrary, I deeply wish for my children to be in an environment that is equitable and inclusive and nurtures everyone. We have wonderful teachers in our school system, and I'm confident that they have the same vision for our children that I have. These policies simply provide our educators with institutional support to pursue that vision of equity and inclusiveness for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, Michael Patterson. Michael, are you with us tonight? Michael, if you can hear us, it's *6 to unmute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
You sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks for having me today. And this is kind of awkward because I'm actually a Marxist, so I'm going to try to be very quick with this and just say, you know, anti-racism is not a anti-white policy. It's not divisive. It's frankly just common sense. For people who think that in this country, that we should not be teaching kids about anti-racism or that the school district should not have a policy, which in my opinion is 2021 policy already, it's really a disservice to their children, and it's a disservice to children in the district. I'm a graduate of Bartlett, and I remember when I was 15, I was walking home one day, and I was stopped by APD, and they accused me of being in a hit and run, which I didn't do anything. I can't drive. I'm 15. And one of the officers, both of them white, asked me for my identification. And so when I was raised to respect authority. I was in the Army, and I I basically, what happened was the officer asked for my ID, and then when I went to go reach for my wallet, he pulled a firearm on me and then had the audacity to tell me to calm down. And so racism is here in Anchorage. The school district needs to have an anti-racist policy, and kids need to be taught about anti-racism. They need to be taught about racism, and white kids need to be taught about this too. Half of my family is white, and I have difficulty having conversations with them about racism. And I'm the oldest of my brother, and they have black family members, and it's a difficult conversation. And so I can only imagine that for the district and for students, it's not going to be an easy conversation, but it's one that needs to be had. And I think the importance of education and anti-racism is so paramount because of the role that education has played in spreading white supremacy and then oppressing people. There was a reason why Manifest Destiny, education was at the center of Manifest Destiny, because they wanted to destroy indigenous cultures. And there was a reason why slaves, it was illegal for us to...
I'm sorry, your 2 minutes are up. Thank you so much. Next up, speaker number 32 in person, Nathaniel Rivers. I'm not seeing anybody come up. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 33, Heidi McCroskey Heimrel. Heidi, are you on the line tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Heidi McCroskey Heimrel, and I am a white woman, a social worker, a partner, a friend, and most importantly, a mother of 3 small children. My eldest daughter started kindergarten this year in the Anchorage School District. I come today to express my full support for the anti-racism and instructional equity policies. These policies are one step toward acknowledging that our educational system was created by and for white, able-bodied, wealthy Christian males. This is the reality. White people in power have informed and created the systems, policies, norms, and values our country lives by to this day. As such, these systems, policies, and norms and values impact how people are judged, how decisions are made and enforced, and the type and quantity of resources that are accessible. Our educational system has and continues to disproportionately impact Black, Indigenous, and people of color due to systemic racism and the lack of equitable policies and resources. Yesterday, high school students across Minnesota walked out of their classrooms to protest racism and injustice, not only police violence, but the racism and discrimination they experience in their schools. Minnesota school district leaders made promises last summer stating they would act. Students all over this country are demanding change. Will Anchorage school district leaders act on the commitments they set out last summer? Will adults listen to what our students are saying they want and need? Will we admit that our educational system is filled with racism, discrimination, and bias? Acknowledgement that our structures are inherently biased is a start. This is about humanity. Will we choose to see, hear, acknowledge, and love all people or just a few? I want all those listening today, especially BIPOC individuals, to know that you matter. Your stories and experiences matter, and you are loved. Please pass the anti-racism instructional equity policies so all of our students can have an equitable, safe, and just future. Our students are pleading for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the phone, speaker number 34, Heidi Brook. Heidi, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, this is Heidi Northover, ASD teacher and mother of 2. If parents approached our school with concerns about bullying, it would be entirely unacceptable for our school to respond with, "Oh, my students don't experience bullying. Bullying doesn't exist in our school." ASD has a zero tolerance anti-bullying policy in place for that reason. Yet right now, families of color all across this country have been telling us in these school board meetings, they've been sharing their experiences of racism in our schools. We know from personal experiences, from testimonies, from the data that the racism exists in our schools. And it hurts my heart, and it's completely unacceptable that Black community members, Alaska Native community members on Native land at that, are being ignored, gaslit, even vilified for just speaking their truth in support of a reasonable anti-racism policy that is for the benefit of all students in our district. Recognizing that racism exists is the bare minimum. Speaking to my experience as a white person in elementary school, we were taught, end racism. Racism is bad. We were never taught what is racism and what powers racism. We were taught, don't talk about racism, don't notice racism, don't acknowledge white. Like even saying I'm a white person was taught to be icky. Decades later, we see parents afraid their white child is going to be more severely punished. We see parents scared their child is going to lose learning opportunities. And what I'm hearing is misinformation and fear stemming from no education about racism or a misleading education about racism. It's so unfortunate because we're missing the mark. And it hurts my heart to have to say this, but you don't need to have Black and brown kids in your home or your classroom to support anti-racist efforts. When we oppose anti-racism, we're missing an entire world of opportunities for our students, and yes, our white students too.
Ms. Heidi, I'm sorry, your 2 minutes are up. Next up, I don't see her on the phone, but in the event she showed up in person, Christine Hill. All right, I do not have her. Speaker number 36, Patty Wilbanks.
Okay. Hello, my name is Patty Wilbanks, and I'd like to state that this is the first time I've ever engaged a school board or testified before this body. But after reading the anti-racism policy prelude and the actual letter and policy letter, I felt compelled to provide a testimony. My kids no longer attend ASD, and after reading this letter, I'm really kind of grateful for that. I do oppose this policy. If they were in school, I would be doing everything in my powers to either homeschool, move out of state, or go to private instructions. This is how strongly I believe the board is headed in the wrong direction with supporting critical race theory. I've listened to the speakers that support of this policy, and during their testimonies, people who oppose this policy have been called racist, Marxist, white supremacists, and haters. I find it amazing that they can so freely make these statements, accuse people of this, and don't realize that they sound exactly what they are accusing those of. There is a great divide in our country, and it's only growing wider because of the policies like this. In your letter, you stated that racism historically exists in our schools. I like to ask the question, exactly where is the racism you clearly state in the letter? Do we have segregated schools, segregated lunch, or segregated bathrooms? That is the true definition of systemic racism. I understand the bullying can be very quietly done, and I understand racism can too. But my concern is that what this is actually doing is putting a policy in play that teaches our children that every person should be judged by the color of their skin and not their individual merits. I don't think an institution should judge people or kids or anybody by their skin color and instruct others children to prejudge others by the color of their skin. I do implore you to not approve critical race theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I believe in person, speaker number 37, Stephanie McFadden. Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
I stand before the board today to say there are a few school board members that may share my lived experiences. I'm a retired Navy veteran, African-American mother, minority small business owner, and a parent of a Black male. If you fit into any of these categories, you, like me, would be a vessel for ending any and all racist practices that impacts educating all students. When I grew up, all the older people in my small, close-knit community would say, make sure you get your education. That's one thing the white man cannot take away from you. What they didn't know is that they can and have taken our access to quality education by implementing policies and silent procedures that largely impacts the lives of colored students. I am not testifying on what I think is happening in the district. I am testifying based on the data the district shared that shows kids of color are being left behind and being outperformed by their white counterparts. It is easy to turn a blind eye to students that do not look like you, or more important, because they become a threat to students who have always been tracked and placed in classes. This policy will even the playing field by ensuring enrollment, access, and resources are provided to students of color in the district. And it will ensure all kids have a chance to be successful in college and work. History has shown us one of the greatest equalizers is education. As Sojourner Truth said, if my cup won't hold but a pint and yours holds a quart, Wouldn't you be mean not to let me have my little half measure full? We have the ability and the responsibility as elected officials to ensure all kids' cups are full. You have the responsibility to ensure all students receive the same high quality education and are prepared for college and a world of work. If your passion aligns with anything I said, approve the policy. If nothing I said aligns with your values, you should not hold a seat on the school board. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 38, Rachel Blakesley. Rachel, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Blakesley. I'm a mom of a future ASD student and a proud member of the Alaska Black Caucus Allies for Change. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the anti-racism policy. As the board is also voting on an instructional equity policy this evening, I want to start with a core truth. We cannot ever achieve educational equity without racial equity. To ensure all of our students receive equitable access to opportunities, we first have to actually recognize that systemic racism exists and that it exists in our education system. And that's what this policy is, a recognition of the structural inequities rooted in systemic racism that have long impacted educational outcomes and a commitment to do better. This policy is aligned to what ASD already preaches. The mission of the school district is to educate all students for success in life. Without a commitment to anti-racism, the district can't uphold its own mission statement. This policy is not about indoctrinating students with radical ideas. It is simply put a commitment to self-reflection, growth, learning, and improvement for us as adults, the very characteristics and values we seek to impress upon our students. It's about shifting our thinking and confronting our own biases to work towards a better future for all kids. In essence, it is about educating ourselves. Silence and inaction reinforces the status quo, one which has produced a system where a student's background determines the educational opportunities that are afforded in our school district, making it so that students of color suffer at a disproportionate rate compared to their peers. And this has nothing to do with potential to succeed and everything to do with access to resources and opportunities. Acknowledging the racial inequities that exist in our education system is the only way we can work towards solutions to prevent continued harm to our most marginalized students. I not only urge the board to approve this policy, but to build upon it. It's a good first step in the right direction, but it's critical that this policy is not just performative in nature. The district truly values the experiences and educational opportunities of all students. It should be a foundation to making structural changes that dismantle centuries-old racist institutions from the ground up.
Thank you. Next up in person is speaker number 39, Judy Elledge.
Hello, my name is Judy Elledge. By viewing every element of education, every aspect of history, and every facet of society through the lens of skin and color, we are desecrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King and utterly violating the movement for which such civil rights leaders believe fought and died. Unlike many of you, I'm old enough to have seen systematic racism. Having moved from the West Coast to the South as a sophomore in high school, I experienced segregated schools and separate lunch calendars, and I was appalled because that was not how I was raised. To state otherwise is a flat misrepresentation of our country's history and adds no understanding to any of today's societal issues. If anything, long-standing and widespread policies such as affirmative action point in precisely the opposite direction. Is not Mrs. Bellamy on the school board an example of where a person of color or any person can become with hard work and a good education? As an educator that spent many years in rural education, I assure you the worst form of racism is when a teacher walks in a classroom and lowers their expectation of that student because of the color of their skin. That is true racism. And we have been doing it for years in education. I, on the other hand, have spent my adult life working with students of color. In my not supporting this policy, you can call me racist, you can call me anything you want. What you will not find is any person of color I have ever worked with or any student I have ever taught that will call me likewise. For they all know I will assure all students receive the quality of education necessary to further their development into a critically thinking, responsible, enlightened, and civic-minded adult. For all of you that have said something tonight about needing this policy, I would refer you to the very strong anti-harassment policy that exists in Anchorage School District that would address all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, speaker number 40, Victoria Cano. No, okay. Back to the telephone. Speaker number 41, Sarah Osborne. Sarah, are you on the line tonight?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Osborne, and I am a middle school Title I educator with the district, a parent of 2, and a white woman. I strongly support the proposed anti-racism policy. As a mother, I will rely on the district to prepare my kids for success in life. Yes, that includes some reading, writing, and math, but it also includes so much more. When my children spend 7 or more hours per day in your care, I also am entrusting you to play a role in my child's social and emotional development. Development of empathy, compassion, citizenship, character, and values. As a white mom of white children, I entrust you to prepare my children for success in life in our multicultural world by giving them the opportunity to develop these skills and to think critically about the complex histories and systems of race and racism in Alaska, America, and around the world. As an educator, I also understand that families are entrusting me with the same care of their students when they entrust the district to educate their students for success in life. As an educator, I take this responsibility very seriously. I also know that this policy is not about teaching critical race theory in classrooms, as some of those testifying in opposition fear. Because I have read this proposed policy, I know that this policy actually is about committing to rejecting racism and affirming our commitment to all students at the district level. I enthusiastically support this policy, which is wholly aligned with our district mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to go back up to speaker number 35, Christine Hill. Christine, are you on the line with us tonight? Christine, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your patience. First off, I was hitting number 6 instead of *6. So I have to say that everyone that is participating in this school board meeting agrees racism is outrageous and cannot be tolerated. And I say to all of you, if you are witnessing racism by teachers or students, they need to be reprimanded. And if they're a teacher, they need to be removed immediately. I am personally vehemently against racism. It is offensive. And what is being proposed right now, in fact, is racism. I beg all of you to vote against these things that are being offered tonight because they are discriminatory. As I was listening to the meeting tonight, they have everything broken down by ethnicity. You know, where does that information come from? We're a melting pot here. I'm made up of a lot of different things. But predominantly I look like I'm white with freckles, but I'm made up of a lot of different things. And so are many of my friends. It's wonderful. I love America. We are Americans. We belong to the human race. We need to be respectful of each other. If there's any hint of racism, then they need to be reprimanded immediately. And if there's any teacher that's racism, they need to be fired. I don't care what the unions say or what they have to do. but I'm against it. And what is being proposed now is only more divisive. So thank you for your patience. And I hear the bell.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 42, Soren Worth. Soren, are you on the line tonight?
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Soren Worth, and I'm calling in support of Memoranda 108 and 109. I'd like to first acknowledge the jurors in a Minneapolis courtroom who today handed down a guilty verdict in the case of a police officer killing an unarmed George Floyd. The jury's verdict is a small but significant step toward repairing systemic injustices against people of color that has plagued our nation since its founding. Of course, true justice would mean George Floyd was alive today, that Daunte Wright was alive today, that a 13-year-old boy in Chicago and hundreds of other victims were alive today. True justice would also mean that our students' academic successes did not depend on income, race, and ethnicity. True justice is a school board in Anchorage, Alaska, passing anti-racism and instructional equity policies. We are all community educators. We should recognize this teachable moment. I'm concerned, however, too many teachers would be unwilling to discuss the trial and the Black Lives Matter movement for fear of rebuke. Teachers need the unwavering support of courageous administrators and board members to affirm a stance of social justice district-wide. And I hope these memos are only a start. After all, it's 2021 and we're still dealing with institutional, structural, and systemic racism. To address explicit and soft bigotry, dozens of microaggressions, stereotypes, and biases our students of color face every day, we need anti-racist policies like this one and many more before our school district begins to feel safe and equitable to all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 43, Susan Derrera. Susan, are you on the line tonight? Susan, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute. All right, we will come back to Miss Susan and try again in a couple of callers. Speaker number 44 on the telephone, Leah Slemons. Leah, are you on the line tonight?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Superintendent and board members, for taking testimony tonight.
Thank you for joining us. 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am testifying not because I like talking about racism. I actually find it uncomfortable because I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing and hurting people's feelings or damaging my perception of myself as a good person. But I think racism is more complicated than that. I'm testifying because systematic racism is baked into our society. The Anchorage School District is diverse and big, but our municipality is also the result of its collective history. We've had redlining in neighborhoods, putting white families predominantly in Airport Heights and South Addition, and Black families predominantly in the neighborhoods of Fairview. And that's trickled through our schools and the opportunities students at these different schools have. And I've seen that in my experience volunteering for the Girls on the Run program at different schools throughout the district. And now as the parent of a white kid at a predominantly white school, you know, had even her pediatrician before kindergarten said, oh, she'll be in the Ignite program. And, you know, and we have these biases that we might not even be aware of. So I think this is a policy of moderation. I appreciate that it brings out a lot of emotion for people, but I think reading this policy, I would underline that the policy seeks to end the predictive value of race and tracking that as the memorandum 109 does in tracking equity measures and in the anti-racism.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Your 2 minutes are up. Next up is speaker number 45, Cynthia Ciufo. Cynthia, are you on the line tonight? Cynthia, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute. Okay, we will come back to her as well. Let's go to speaker number 46, Carrie Brown. Carrie, are you on the line with us tonight? Carrie Brown, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Carrie Brown.
Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I am a proud ASD graduate and have a child now in this school district. And I'm just going to save you all a lot of time. And I cannot say it more articulately or with better reasoned examples than everyone before me who has spoken in support of Memorandum 108. I support it too. Please count my vote and my voice and my experience with the Anchorage School District as someone who absolutely supports it. And thank you for putting it out there and for passing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back up to the last couple of callers that we didn't quite connect with. Speaker number 43, Susan Durera. Ms. Susan, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute. All right, let's go ahead and try speaker number 45 one more time. Cynthia Ciufo. Cynthia, are you on the line with us tonight? All right. In person, speaker number 47, Kim Paulson. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Kim Paulson. I guess I'm really surprised because what I'm hearing is that our principals, our teachers, our school board, everyone, Gina Bishop, I'm sorry, superintendent, our staff, you're all racist. All of you are racist. And I can't believe that you're allowing what I heard tonight, that people of color are actually being paid less. That's what I heard tonight in testimony. I can't believe that you guys are allowing this. So my concern with an anti-racism policy is it is a stepping stone toward critical race theory. And it actually is a stepping stone. Education universities who have moved on full into critical race theory, they started off with an anti-racism policy. And what that does is it places a burden on our innocent children, our children who have no choice of what their skin color is, to carry the burden of racism. We are teaching our white children in schools that they are racist. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people in the community as a candidate, and 8-year-old girl comes home crying. She doesn't want to be white anymore. My own son told me that they are taught that you should feel bad for being white. Probably the reason students are surprised the policy isn't already in place is because, frankly, they're already being taught this in school.
Thank you so much. I don't see the two callers, Susan Durera and other one, she may have dropped off. Cynthia, if you hang up and you call back in, we might be able to get things to work, and I will continue to watch for your names. I do not see Judy Jessen in person or on the telephone, so I will move to speaker number 49, Elise Galvin. Elise, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hi, this is Elise, and I'm so grateful to you, Madam Chair, and to the board for your work. I want to celebrate with you that you're taking such an important first step. I do acknowledge that you've immediately, well, relatively immediately responded a year ago. I know on June 16th, you did make a statement in response, particularly in this case, it was to the death of George Floyd. So it was shortly after the May 25th death that you responded immediately, talking about how you intended to do these actions that you're doing tonight. You wrote that you were going to develop anti-racism policy that will translate into programs and other things and practices to create a more equitable and kinder world. How wonderful. I want to commend you for your work in bringing it to fruition tonight. I noticed that this is signed by, I think, all of you who were there. Star Marcette is no longer on the board, but everyone else who is there tonight has signed this letter of intent to do this work. So I'm just calling in to say thank you. I appreciate it. It's important work to be done. It's critical to help our young students know where they came from, know true history, to feel that sense of worthiness. And especially after hearing the report earlier from our superintendent about the work we have yet to do. If we have 30% of our kiddos right now working at grade level, then we have much to do. And I'm just so grateful that you're on the way there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up on the line, speaker number 50, Pat Galvin. Pat, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hi, thank you. Since I'm on the phone, you should know that I am a middle-aged white person, and I'm here with an unusual request for public testimony. I don't think you should care what I have to say about this topic. On the question of whether an anti-racism policy is warranted in Anchorage schools, my observations will likely hold very little insight and should therefore carry very little weight in your decision. I advise you to listen instead to the members of the communities of color and those experiencing the inequities and racism that we know is present in our society today. Let their support guide your decision. Don't listen to me. As a middle-aged white man would do, I will illuminate my point with a baseball analogy about a mid-20th century pitcher, the great Sandy Koufax, who was known as the left arm of God. I recently read how Sandy would come every year to the Dodgers spring training facility to impart his wisdom on young pitchers. He once told Clayton Kershaw, today's great left-handed pitcher, if you held your curveball this way, it would be more effective. And Sandy would grab a baseball and his middle finger would wrap around the ball and touch his thumb. For those who haven't held a baseball in your hand, I can tell you that Sandy Koufax's must have huge hands. And Clayton just laughed and said, Sandy, I can't do that. Koufax seemed oblivious to the fact that what came easily to him simply wasn't available to even another great left-handed pitcher. It's well known in baseball that naturally great players rarely make good coaches. They don't recognize the advantages that their natural abilities provide, and they don't see what it takes for others to do what they can do easily. In short, you wouldn't ask Sandy Koufax how to throw a curveball if you wanted a useful answer, and you should not look to a middle-aged white person like myself to advise you on whether to adopt a proposed anti-racism policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 51, Moira Smith. Moira, are you on the line with us tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
You sure can. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President.
I am a mother of a 7th grader at Romig and a kindergartner at Inlet View. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, attorney, and former Anchorage School District student. I am testifying on my own behalf tonight in support of Anchorage School District Policy 400. The land that I am on is the traditional land of the Dena'ina Athabascan people. When my mom gave birth to me at the Old Providence Hospital, she and I could look out from her hospital room and see the waters of Takatnu, or Cook Inlet, where the Tyonek Dena'ina used to hunt beluga whales for subsistence. In my lifetime, I've had the privilege of living in post-colonial West Africa, post-Soviet Europe, and in various American states. Since coming home to Alaska, I have seen Alaska Natives increasingly celebrate their cultures, speaking their languages, continuing their subsistence activities as they adapt to a rapidly changing world. I have also seen white people like me moving past their shame about the atrocities of their ancestors. We cannot undo the wrongs. We cannot unwind the generational trauma, but neither can we ignore them. The question now is, how do we make Anchorage a place that acknowledges its past while helping each child, regardless of race, achieve his or her potential? By adopting anti-racist policies, we acknowledge this history. Thank you for your public service. Thank you for supporting this policy. And thank you for your commitment to our children.
Thank you. Next up in person, speaker number 52, Annie Massey. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Oh, gotta have the mask on in ASD. Mask. District policy. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Annie Massey. I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 in ASD. On behalf of myself and community members, I would like to present the board, administration, and Superintendent Bishop a petition opposing Memorandum 108 and 109 on tonight's action agenda. We ask this board focus on education and not continue to be distracted by critical social justice agendas. I will summarize the petition due to time. We oppose the 2 proposed policies written in the language of social equity theory and critical race theory. The board and administration has not shown in meetings and town halls clarity, unity, and understanding to the threats these policies impose on students, parents, and teachers, and have ignored repeated attempts requesting they prioritize professional and continuing education regarding theories in scholarship, the history behind these ones, and the consequences and regulation of regulation and compliance. These policies, their language, and any subsequent administrative regulation pose a threat to our youth and teachers and is damaging our youth's mental stability and divisive to our community. The language of these policies intend to force a social, sexual, and political agenda that have no place in public education. It distracts from the true intent of education, that of academic excellence. Our children have been out of school for nearly a year. They must not now be subject to further non-academic agendas that are not progressing academic learning nor value and respect family values and individual privacy rights. We have 447 signatures. I have emailed those, and also I have them here if you want them.
Thank you so much. 2 minutes or I'm sorry. I do not see speaker number 53. Is there anybody else that wishes to testify before we go into our board deliberations? Oh, number 54 in person, Joan Wilson. Is Joan still here? Let's see, speaker number 43, Susan Durera. *6 to unmute. Now, Susan, if you can hear us, you are welcome to submit written testimony. All right, board. been a long process since the introduction of this policy and all the iterations that the governance committee has worked on. We went through a public process these last couple of months to really reach out to the public. How are we going to unpackage this and where are we going to start? Who wants to go first? Because I know lots of folks have lots of comments, questions, and maybe even a couple of minutes. Member Bellamy.
So I'll start with an amendment to last paragraph. And I think I sent it to Katie. And that will start with, we will strike, hold on. I have it.
All right, we've got
the amendment.
printed copies for everybody.
Thank you.
These are yours and then Dave's and then Paul's.
So my amendment is on the second page of the packet that you're getting. And it simply strikes instruction should encourage and replaces it with the board values, critical thinking, etc. And the reason for that edit.
Hold on just 1 second. Is there a second to this amendment?
Sorry.
Second.
First and a second, and if you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. The reason is to make the adjustment brought up at our last discussion, that we do not speak to instruction, but to state what the board values. And I think that will address and be consistent with the rest of our policies.
Did any other board members have any comments on Member Bellamy's amendment? Member Donnelly?
Well, I greatly appreciate this amendment. I think it's a good idea. My only concern is it continues to utilize the word critical. And if it wasn't for the actions of the administration over the past 4 or 5 months in talking about their plan to utilize critical race theory in developing school district policy, which is what the director of the Office of Equity and Compliance advised us the plan was to do. If it was just a neutral world, I would be fine with using the word critical. But I think it has become a very, very dangerous dog whistle, is the terminology we hear a lot, regarding critical race theory, which is totally objectionable and unconscionable to bring into this school district. So I do think this is a good idea, but I would move to amend the amendment to delete critical and replace that word with objective thinking. So the board would read, the board values objective thinking on the history of racism in Alaska, America, and around the world, and the current structural, explicit, and unconscious bias towards people of different races.
So I now have an amendment to an amendment. So is there a second to Member Donnelly's changing of the word from the board values critical thinking to the board values objective thinking? All right, I don't see a second on that one. So now we're back at the main amendment, which is the board values.
Point of order. I just want to say that in the future, we need to make our motions and amendments first and wait for a second and then give the speech.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Point taken. So now we're back at Member Bellamy's original amendment of crossing out instruction should encourage to the board values. Are there any other comments on this amendment as offered?
I object to point of order. I don't think that's proper. The prior point of order was properly taken. There is absolutely precedent and normal under Robert's Rules of Order for people to offer debate or comment on a proposal, and then following that comment to offer an amendment. It is not required to offer an amendment as a condition to speak.
I believe what Member Holloman was speaking to was you made your amendment and spoke to it before we got a second on it. I think that was the procedure that he was taking question with. Member Hildy, I saw your hand raised. Did you have a comment or a question on this? No? Okay. Let's take a vote on this first one. First amendment. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Emily? Yes.
Member Hildy?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Bellamy? Yes. President Vacalis? Yes. Amendment number 1 passes with 6 yeas and 0 nays. Were there other board member comments on ASC memorandum number 108 as now currently amended? Member Donnelly?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank everybody who testified this evening. There was a lot of very thoughtful, excellent comments in support of this policy. There was also some very legitimate concerns expressed with how this policy is drafted and how it will be administered. And I strongly support the school district's current very strong anti-discrimination policies and our constitutional guarantees of equal justice under the law. And it's just a given that racism of any kind against anyone should not be tolerated. And I want to thank the committee for the tremendous progress they made on this I think it's a vast improvement from the original proposal. And I think there is clear evidence of racial disparities in educational outcomes, but racial disparities in outcomes doesn't necessarily prove discrimination. I've heard some interesting arguments tonight that I had not heard before regarding the linkage between the two. But in general, just to say that because there's disparities, there's racism is a faulty system of logic. It's in debate, we used to call that post hoc ergo prompter hoc. In other words, because something occurs after something else, it's the reason for the first thing happening. And while there may be other reasons to identify systemic discrimination, and we need to fight those, we need to truly identify those and work to get rid of those. The fact that it has occurred doesn't mean that it's necessarily because of a racist motive. I'm concerned, and I join the concerns of many people in this community, as you've heard, even a petition with over 400 signatures, that poorly administrated anti-racism policies such as critical race theory can be misguided, divisive, and counterproductive. And if misused, these policies may destroy what remains of our national unity that is so important to the survival of this country. I mean, this is not a normal country. This is a country of immigrants and a small number of remaining indigenous population. But unlike countries all over Europe, we don't have that single source of, thousands of years of the people just being in one spot together. We've taken people from all over the world and put together. And to push the concept that everything is racist is very divisive. And we ought to be focusing also on things that unify us. That's why I worked so hard to try to get this board to say we should have our schools play the national anthem at least once a month. It's a way of unifying this country and not just dividing it. So the concerns that I'm hearing are not so much with the policy itself, but how it may be executed. And unfortunately, over the past few months, the district's behavior has not lended a lot of reliability or credibility to its ability to fairly execute this policy. We had the announcement that we were going to use critical race theory authors to develop district policy. We had the placement on our taxpayer website of multiple books advocating critical race theory with no counterbalancing views allowed, despite requests to have from the public and from myself to say, well, let's have some counter articles on there, critical race theory. That's never been allowed. And that doesn't lend a lot of faith in the current administration to execute a policy as important as this one in a fair and objective manner. And I strongly oppose critical race theory, and there has been a lot of debate and testimony that this policy is not related to that. So I intend to offer amendments to make that clear. And let's just say that it's not related to critical race theory, and it's not going to be used as a backdoor way to impose critical race theory in this school district, because I think that is what has happened in other districts. And so if that's not the intent here, let's just make it clear. Let's just say it in the policy that that's not our intent. So with that in mind, I would like to proceed to offer my policy amendment number 1 that would change the language on critical thinking, and it'd have to be adjusted to the new amendment passed by Member Bellamy to replace critical thinking with provide an unbiased review. So I would move amendment number 1 at this time.
Is there a second? And do all board members have copies of the paper version? Okay, I'm not seeing a second on this one. And
may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. One thing that we all did here was we took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the State of Alaska. And in some school districts, in pursuing anti-racism policies, I think it's clear there's been violations of the Equal Protection Clause in the United States Constitution, and that we have a very strong one of those in Alaska. And so amendment number 2 would add the language, in pursuing anti-racism, the fundamental principles of the United States Constitution, including equal justice under law and no discrimination based on law, shall always be maintained. And I would think that nobody should have a problem with that, because it's just what the United States Constitution and the State of Alaska Constitution require. And I think it would go a long way towards addressing a lot of the concerns we heard from the public tonight. So I would move amendment number 2.
Is there a second? All right, not seeing one.
Madam President, may I proceed?
I'm going to hit pause for just 1 minute. Member Hildy does have her hand raised.
Okay.
So I'll give her an opportunity, and then we'll come back to you.
Well, thank you. I just want to clarify that this is a moderate policy. I worked carefully with the other members of the governance committee, as well as Member Bellamy and Member Mitchell, in making sure any voices that were offered, any critiques that were offered, were incorporated into the policy. It's not a woke policy. It's not advocating critical race theory. I'm familiar with that and don't endorse it. I wrote the line on encouraging critical thinking, so I'm certain of what I wrote and what it does not purport to endorse. But just to clarify, this is a moderate policy. It's not doing anything radical. That's all.
Thank you. Member Bellamy?
Thank you, Madam President.
Hold up, Member Bellamy, then I'll Member Bellamy.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to just state once again, as I've stated before, I did not rely on critical race theory to create this policy, nor am I pushing for CRT, critical race theory, in our district. That is an unfortunate connection to these policies it's just unfortunate. Because that is not, I can't control what people believe. I can only state what I know and what I think. So my focus remains on improving education for all students. And that requires that we hold ourselves accountable and that we look at the structure of how we are delivering education and support each child so that they can reach their academic potential. So we have an adult issue involving critical race theory that has nothing to do with the policies. And while I understand people have been given that information, it is absolutely, it was not a driver of this policy. This policy actually came from the National School Board Association new initiative called DIRE, Dismantling Institutional Racism in Education. We began working on this policy back in October. And I think that this recent attachment to critical race theory, I don't know how to get people to shift their thinking. But what I can tell the board is that this is not a child issue. This is an adult issue, and it needs to be separated. Our job as board members, we were elected to come together and make education possible for every kid in this district. We are doing it already. You've heard wonderful examples just tonight. We heard from the Lower Yukon School District. Look at the opportunity that we gave those kids. They would not have had it if the equity work was not being done. Giving our kids what they need, that's equity work. Our immersion programs, that's equity work. So this is not new. It's not new work. It's not new ideas. It's not this other thing out there that's scary and divisive, and it's just not that. And so to continue the work and hold ourselves accountable so that every kid has the opportunity to succeed and that we are consciously looking at and removing barriers. That is what this is about. And if there's a connection to me because of whatever, then that is truly unfortunate as well. I mean, I have not written a book to date. I have not even taught a critical race theory class. I have not even taken one. And so I think that when we need to separate these issues. The Constitution is not, we're not debating the importance of that. We're not debating the importance of our collective and shared histories. We need to focus on the intent of these policies, the purpose of the policies, and it's to create processes that identify any form of racism and work to counter the impact of it, and then to eliminate them if possible. We can't keep going. We've got to try to do things differently. In this district, there is a disparity. That disparity is not going to go away, not by itself. We know the data. I'm not trying to interfere with families. I want to support families to support their kids. And so I'll hold the rest of my comments. But if people are not familiar with the DIRE initiative, I think they really should give it a read, because it does acknowledge institutional, structural, and systemic racism and how it has impacted not just our history, but education. And it challenges school board members to do the hard work of creating more opportunities for kids. And that's where the policies come from. I have no idea how it got connected with critical race theory, except through one comment made in October, and then that has just grown. I'm sorry. And at the time, I didn't even think of it as anything other than giving adults an opportunity to be able to, if they chose, to access a different kind of literature for their own, not for curricular purposes. And so it is just very disappointing that this critical race theory has been connected to the work of the board in this manner, and it's absolutely not the intent of the policy. And I don't care how much I say that at this point, people are going to believe what they believe. But that is how I feel. That is what I was thinking. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bishop.
Madam President, I would like to have another bite at the apple in explaining and sharing with the board when and how this was brought up. There is not a critical race theory class in ASD, in student curriculum, nor adult learning. There are textbooks by authors in our country being read in book studies to understand our country, to understand our community, to understand our children. That's separate. The term critical race theory came up in one slide when we shared the work we are doing with the College Board and the SAT and ACT called Equal Opportunity Schools. So everybody knows what AP courses are, SAT, ACT. And in their looking at untapped student potential, they took information from an idea that was one of the ideas in critical race theory, that you pay attention to your students' access and opportunity to high quality curriculum and instruction, ensure that your schools and your classrooms are desegregated, and ensure that school funding supports equitable access and opportunity to building successful learning environments. Those are 4 things that I believe our school district has as its core values. That's what we work towards. They are items that are there, and I continue to say, and I continue to answer email in regard to even a class. We don't even have a critical race theory class. So I just want to share once again and go on record that I'm hoping people listen and know and ask questions and read for themselves, because the literature is out there and it's wonderful to be able to read a book and think about something. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Mitchell.
I just want to add to this chorus that in working to create the statement around the death of George Floyd, in working to develop anti-racist policy, I was not even, I had never heard that term before. So all I can say is, you know, I know that there are a lot of people who are attributing really odd motives to the school board, but it really is about creating an environment where every student can fulfill their potential. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Seeing no other hands, Member Donnelly.
Well, I think the superintendent's engaging a little revisionist history here, because when I specifically questioned the director of the Office of Equity and Compliance regarding the utilization of critical race theory books, and, you know, One thing I wouldn't call these books is textbooks, Dr. Bishop. They're the farthest thing from a textbook I've ever read. It's pop culture rolled up in a bizarre theory where you have to redefine commonly acknowledged and understood terms to even begin to make any form of logic. Without redefining major concepts as we know them, they're completely garbage as far as logic. But the director of the Office of Equity and Compliance specifically said that these are the authors that we're going to use as guidance for developing ASD policy, and defended those authors as being nationally accepted as the gold standard for examining these issues. So that's what really raised this problem, was the defense, the very aggressive defense by the director of the Office of Equity and Compliance of the utilization of these works in developing policy. Now, the specific item that you just listed, those three items, they seem very reasonable, but those weren't the ones that we were told at that meeting was what we were pursuing. There was a defense of the books and the theories in the books in general.
Through the president to Member Donnelly, those came from a slide that we presented in our 100-day review of the equity work that we were doing, so we can look those up. I took them from board docs. It's posted. Thank you for your opinion. The books actually are textbooks from a professor's class, and the books came about by the teachers and ASD requesting that they read them. Thank you.
Member Donnelly, did you have
Thank you.
amendments?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, if none of this has anything to do with critical race theory, here's an opportunity to make it clear. Why not just say that the use of racist theories, including critical race theory, is not approved by this policy? And let's just answer that issue, put it to bed once and for all, just take it right off the table by just saying that's not what this policy is intended to do. So I would move amendment number 4, which adds the language, the use of racist theories, including critical race theory, is not approved by this policy.
I'll second that. But I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to remove of racist theories, including, and just say, the use of critical race theory is not approved. I don't think it needs a label.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
President Michaelis, I did not hear that comment.
Yeah. Amendment 4. Yeah. 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 Okay, that's fine. Everybody can read it up on the screen, but it's, the sentence, the use of critical race theory is not approved by this policy. I mean, that's the one line to be added at the end of all of it. Are there any questions on this amendment? Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote.
Emily?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
No.
Member Hildy?
Nope.
Member Holloman?
No.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
No.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
And that amendment fails 2 yeas to 4 nays. Member Donnelly, did you have any others that you? Oh. Okay, so then that was the amendment to the amendment. Oh, I offered it as a friendly amendment, though.
No,
Oh,
I
you
accepted it.
Okay,
Yes, I
accepted
accepted
that.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're just back to the main with the one amendment by Member Bellamy.
Yes, another one.
Yeah, Mr. Donnelly, do you have another one?
Thank you, Madam President. I was ready to drop the remaining ones, that we would have passed that one because it would just remove the issue completely. But be that as it may, it's not understandable how if it had nothing to do with critical race theory, we can't just say that. But I retract it. One of the best parts of this policy as written now is the statement that the board rejects all forms of racism. That makes this an incredibly valuable statement and worthy of support. I think it would be enhancing that statement to further state that anti-racism is not discriminating in favor of persons of one race to improve the state of persons of another. And so I think that would really clarify this board's position that we're rejecting all forms of racism. And I would offer that language as amendment number 3 to add after the board rejects all forms of racism, the statement anti-racism is not discriminating in favor of persons of one race to improve the state of persons of another.
Point of order. I'll try to make this more clear. Roberts is clear that you either address the motion on the floor or offer an amendment and then wait for a second. And then if it's second, speak to it. And so what we're getting is you're speaking to the amendments you're about to make. And it's just not proper. I would ask that we honor that and make our amendments and then wait for a second. And when they're second, speak to them at length.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? And this would be Member Donnelly's number 3 amendment for those that are tracking on paper. I don't see a second. Are there any others, Member Donnelly, amendments that you would like to make?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I would move to amend the policy as currently amended to add at the end of the policy the statement that the district administration is not authorized to adopt regulations based on this policy. If additional guidance is needed, the administration shall propose such guidance to the board for adoption as board policy.
I will second because I have a question. To the administration, what would, a sentence like that at the end of it do? Would you still be able to do the other work in the policy without ARs?
Madam President, no. You've said it yourself. You want, there's different ideas about what this is. And so administrative regulation speaks to what will occur because of this. And so if it's not administrative regulation, which can change, that by needs, then it's policy, which is what's adopted by the board. So you're just, if you want to direct it, create more policy.
I guess my question in the 3rd paragraph where it says the board will work with the superintendent to identify and redesign any racially inequitable policies and procedures that limit academic opportunities. Does that need an AR to do that? if it's already explicit in the policy?
Well, I would just share, Madam President, that this is in my 5 years here, this is one policy that has had more public comment than any other. If your intention is to just leave this and, what does it look like is what regulation. So that's what people are asking. What does this look like in schools? And I believe this amendment by Mr. Donnelly says the school board should adopt policy to see what it looks like in schools, not administrative regulation. And so I believe it would cause more concerns if you had nothing that directs this. If you did, there are policies without regulation, but my experience tonight demonstrated that there's ambiguity because people don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any Member Bellamy?
And just to clarify, the work on the policy had at its part of that work was to make sure that the policy would be able to be, there would be ARs that would define the work. And so I cannot support the amendment.
Member Donnelly.
Well, Madam President, that's the scary part, the ARs. I mean, that's the other shoe that drops after this is adopted. And if the district would have just alone put countervailing thoughts on the website and not use the website to only push one version of a philosophy and nothing to balance it out, I'd have a lot more faith that they could adopt administrative regulations that made sense and were fair. But since they're continuing to fail to do that, I don't think they have the credibility to be entrusted with administrative regulations. And this clearly allows for pursuing this policy by simply having the superintendent can come back to us and say, hey, this is what we think we should do. And would the board do it as a policy? And we could do that.
All right, I'm going to let Dr. Bishop answer Member Donnelly, and then our student representative would like to weigh in on the conversation.
Through the chair to Member Donnelly, I understand your concerns about the website, and I've shared that the books in it, those two plus however many more are on there, are for self-understanding about equity and anti-racism. They're to understand and learn more. And if there's additional topics that understand that, it wasn't a place for a debate on something. So we are looking at additional resources that are suggestions that share information about what, for self-understanding of what equity and anti-racism, and information about the two topics, what they are. So it wasn't to have just listed of things that are debating. It was just about what is the literature saying about those two topics.
Ms. Emily.
I would add, so the biggest and like the most feedback that we received when we talked as students about this policy was the fact that it didn't have any action in it. And the biggest thing that students asked for, and if you read through, Mr. Ace read the student advisory board's testimony is submitted in written testimony. And the biggest thing that is in there is that we want to see action. This policy is great, and everything that, like, the whole movement behind this is great, but we need action, and we need something to actually change in our schools so that it's real, so that this is actually affecting us and creating change. And so I think that it's essential that the administration is allowed to give us that action that we want. We want to see that.
Thank you. So we have an amendment on the floor. If there are no other comments on this specific amendment, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Emily? No. Member Mitchell?
No.
Member Holloman?
No.
Member Hildy?
No.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy?
No.
President Michaelis?
No. And the amendment fails 1 yea to 5 nays. Were there any other comments, questions, or amendments?
No.
Can I call for the question? Member Donnelly has one more amendment, and then I think. Oh.
Yeah, I only have one more.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Madam President, I would move to amend the main motion to add the following language at the beginning of the resolution, or of the policy, forgive me. The Anchorage School Board acknowledges that since 1945, the United States of America has made tremendous progress towards racial equality. The United States is recognized as one of the worldwide leaders in anti-racist policies. Americans are statistically one of the least racist populations in the world.
Is there a second? Not seeing one. So we're back to our main motion, main memorandum with one amendment. Do board members have any comments or questions?
Point of information, this is on the amendment right now?
There was no second.
I mean, on the original amendment.
So it's the original.
Member Bellamy.
The original policy.
A point of order, it's on the main motion.
Yes,
This vote is on the main motion.
as amended. Yeah,
As amended, yes.
it's late. I'm getting my words mixed up, but thank you for the clarification. Member Donnelly.
Thank you. On the main motion, I strongly support this language that says the board rejects all forms of racism. I think although I have concerns with this administration and how they're going to implement this, that alone makes this a valuable statement to our community. I greatly appreciate the public testimony tonight. I learned a lot from it, and I'm really excited about pursuing some of the things that I heard. And I just think that one part of this makes it incredibly valuable and worthy of support. Although I obviously would have liked my amendments to pass because I think they would have made it much better. I appreciate the board's leeway in letting me propose those amendments, and I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Are there other board comments or questions? Member Holloman.
Yes, I want to just emphasize to all the folks that took time to talk and all of the testimony, and we have gotten a lot of emails that have been on both sides of it. But I do want to emphasize this is not about anything that's going to be taught in the classroom, at least not in the short run, and this policy doesn't impact what will be taught in the classroom. It's not a policy proposing critical race theory. It is about what our staff will come to understand about our students, about our community, and the people around us. It's about our institution and our policies and our actions as adults. And so a lot of people's objections, I think, focused on something that this policy won't cause to happen. It's not enough to be neutral when it comes to being fair or when it comes to being racist. To be clear, this will not end racism, and personally, I'm not sure it ever will be. I had the feeling as a young person that we just had to wait and it would go away. I'm getting up there, and it doesn't appear to be going anywhere. As long as it exists, we have to confront the fact that we either practice racism or we oppose racism or we're complicit with racism. I choose to put ASD on the record as saying we are against it, And we will spend years going forward finding the ways that we are going to actively keep it from being part of our district. So I support the motion.
Member Bellamy? No, I'm good. All right, I'm going to just, Member Mitchell.
I would just like to thank this board for following through on the commitment that we made when we issued the statement on June 16th. And I look forward to the work within the district to put this into action. And I just want to reiterate that looking at our systems in a very intentional way and finding things that we may not perceive as barriers, but recognizing, gaining awareness that there are barriers and trying to end them is something that benefits everybody. And it doesn't bring any students down to bring other students up. And I'm just very proud of this board for the work. I appreciate all the discussion. I appreciate the process. And thank you.
I'm going to just take a minute to speak on this one because I'm going to let everybody else speak. This last year has been a learning lesson for me in so many ways, as a mom, as, a board member, as a community member, as, just somebody in our society. And I've had to dig deep like a lot of other people and just try and understand, and I've done a lot of reading to do that. There's a lot of emotion with this, and I hear all of the sides. I'm not I don't take kindly to a lot of the name calling and the labels that came out of some of the speakers tonight. I think while they might believe it was well intended, it does not serve a purpose, and it just leads me back to adults being that are having the issue. I think we have an amazing, student body that is living examples of what we want, our community to be. I do believe this issue is lying squarely with adults right now. But I think one of the things I like to learn and read, so besides books on the outside, I look at books on the inside, and our own book, our policies, a positive attitude toward responsible citizenship, the concept of self-worth and the ability to exercise self-discipline, skills to think logically and critically, an awareness of and understanding of our country's history and ideals and its diverse ethnic, racial, and cultural heritage, an awareness and understanding of the heritage, ideals, and contributions of other cultures, races, and countries, an ability to adapt and participate constructively in a changing society, an understanding of the relationship of people and his or her environment, moral and ethical values based on the rights and responsibilities of individuals and their relationships to each other. Those are just a few of the goals for our student learning that we have in our board policy 210. So if we're having to do something like this to, we got other policies that aren't maybe working, and that, we as adults can work on that. And I have high hopes. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and ask Katie to do a roll call vote. Emily?
Yes.
Member Hildy?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy?
Yes.
President Michaelis? Yes. ASD memorandum number 108 passes with 6 yeas and 0 nays. Next up.
I move to approve memorandum number 109 and pass board policy 6140, instructional equity.
Second.
I have a first and second, and I have a list of public testimony and speakers to be heard. We will see who is on the line and who is still here, and we are again going to keep to our 2 minutes. The first speaker is Danielle Kemp. Are you on the line with us tonight?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. You've got 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you to the board once again for the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to go through the whole spiel of who I am. All right, that's on record for tonight. I want to say thank you and congratulations to the board and congratulations to the entire Anchorage School District for passing this long overdue policy. Thank you to the board. You've heard me testify in favor of this policy, the instructional equity policy, and you've heard others testify in favor of it who are way more eloquent than I. These policies are long overdue. It's past time. The only thing I have left to say on the matter is let's get it done tonight without delay and without dilution from those who would, in another era, I would say, I'm just going to keep that thought for myself. All I want to say is thanks in advance for voting for this long overdue policy. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 2, Rosalind Grady. Rosalind, are you on the line tonight?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I basically want to say thank you about the anti-racism policy. And now let's talk about the instructional policy. In my opinion, this is also not teaching critical race theory. It is about offering all educational opportunities to all students, no matter the income or race. It is about improving the design for our education system. It is about practices in and out of the classroom, and it is about improving resourcing for equity in education. Education plays an important role in determining how we live our lives. Those without the skills to participate socially and economically generate higher costs for health, income support, child welfare, and social security systems. So who wouldn't want a fair and inclusive system that makes everything about education available to everyone, especially knowing that would make society more equitable? When I hear people say this policy is going to be devastating to their children, I hear people want their children to be better than the other. Fairness and inclusion is the focus here. Fairness meaning making sure that personal and social circumstances should not be an obstacle to achieving educational potential. Inclusion meaning ensuring the basic minimum standard of education for all. All children should be able to read, write, and do simple math. It is amazing to me that I've heard others oppose to this instructional policy because they are here to educate as well. Make sure all children receive the same level of education as the child down the street, around the corner, or the ones that live on the mountain. As we know through data, achieving the necessary reading and math skills is often really difficult for immigrants and minorities, who often lose out on both fronts, lower performance and low socioeconomic background. Approaches to overcoming these hurdles include strengthening early childhood education care and not streaming immigrants into special education, improving language training, and strengthening teachers' professional development to deal with multiculturalism. The instructional policy will allow...
I'm so sorry. The 2 minutes are up. I know you were trying, though. Thank you, though. I do not see... all right, so speaker number 3 is not here. Speaker number 4 didn't show up the first time around.
Number 4, she's here.
Oh, wait. Oh, I just didn't get your name checked off earlier. I'm so sorry. Taylor Mitchell, come on up. I am so sorry. I'm looking back at whose names I'm so sorry. 2 minutes, dear, and the floor is yours.
All right. So Taylor Mitchell here again with the Alaska Black Caucus.
I am testifying in support of the instructional equity policy. Equity is not a free handout, as some would suggest. It's not lowering expectations. The policy in question is less about the curriculum in the classroom, but more about holding the board to higher and more appropriate standards and ensuring no student is left behind. The Career Academy partnership mentioned for rural areas earlier today is a perfect positive example of equity in action, and most of you were extremely supportive with head nods of approval. Some of the reason that students within the ASD are struggling to be better in reading, writing, science, and math is due to certain inequities of various kinds. Less students of color get into accelerated programs, AP classes, and honors classes, and we have to look at why. Equity is helping those who have barriers by giving them tools to overcome them in a way to reach the same opportunity as someone who has little to no barriers. It's giving the student in a wheelchair a ramp to be able to roll up and enjoy a football game outside on the bleachers. Myself, as a person who can walk up the steps to the bleachers, I don't need extra help. I lost out on absolutely nothing by being provided a ramp. Myself and the person in the wheelchair can both see the game. That's equity. None of you would take away a ramp from a disabled person, so your real problem isn't equity. Some people's problem is color or who they perceive will receive the help. White students will not be discriminated against or given less opportunity, and if they need opportunities for equity, it will be provided. The policy is not meant to put in place teaching about white fragility or that white people are all racist or for white people to feel bad about being white. So not voting in favor of this policy invalidates the experiences of those experiencing inequity in the ASD. And I think we need to address these roadblocks for our students. I would hope and urge that the board vote in support of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 5 on the telephone, Polly Carr. Polly, are you on the line with us still?
Hi, this is Polly. Can you hear me?
We sure can. 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you again so much for your work to introduce and pass the anti-racism policy tonight. I would like to go on the record as enthusiastically supporting the ASD instructional equity policy. This policy aims at increasing fairness and justice within procedures, processes, and allocation of resources within the ASD district and its systems. So students won't thrive until all students thrive. And on the note of equity, I wanted to take part of my time here to speak to what I think were some inequitable testimony procedures this evening. The school board should want to hear from our community on important policies. And tonight we knew that 2 important policies were going to be heard, but people were not able to engage until well after an hour into the meeting, signed up to testify, but then found out much later that they had to testify separately on each policy, and were told only right before providing testimony that testimony had to be cut down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And I think that information could have been provided more clearly at the very start of the meeting so people knew what to expect, could prepare, and could make plans for feeding kids or tackling other tasks. I think this is important to mention in this testimony because we are talking about equity. I know you all have been sitting here for several hours this evening, and I thank you for your commitment. I'm sorry that you had to wade through what appeared to be some splitting of hairs over several details and confusing of the definition and intent of the word critical. Critical thinking skills are critical for education, and so is equity. I hope the board will consider supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see speaker number 6. I will watch for them if they call in. Speaker number 7 on the telephone, Chelsea Foster. Chelsea, are you on the line with us?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, board. For the record, Chelsea Foster. I also want to thank you guys for passing the anti-racism policy. That is essential for growth within the Anchorage School District and was essential. As a time saver, I will echo the same concerns and sentiments given by Taylor Mitchell and Rosin Welch, and I strongly support the instructional equity policy. Please, please also pass this. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next up that I see on the line is speaker number 10, Aiden Weitzner. Aiden, are you?
Hello.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us still. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi. Yes. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak Anchorage School Board and for passing the anti-racism policy. My name is Aiden Weitzner, and as mentioned previously, I'm a member of the Alaska Black Caucus Education Working Group. I'm also here today to strongly encourage the adoption of the instructional equity policy. We must take action to disrupt inequitable practices at all levels, interpersonal, institutional, and structural. The hard truth is our schools have consistently underserved certain populations. These factors are not outside of our control. While individuals in the district may be consistently striving to address this, institutional effort is needed to build up a shared vision of equity. Through support of this policy, we can begin establishing concrete steps to further support our students and families of color. Historically marginalized groups need more support in order to establish equity, but this does not mean that white people will be at a disadvantage. We must acknowledge the institutional discrimination that has been woven into our lives and take action to make change. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 11, Jedediah Pollard. Jedediah, are you still with us tonight?
Oh, can you guys hear me there?
We sure can. Thank you for hanging on the line. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right, my name is Jedediah Pollard. I'm 19 years old and a graduate of Bartlett High School. I'm a current college attendee at UAA. I wanted to show my support for the instructional equity policy. I believe it's essential for all kids to have an equal opportunity to learn and pursue their dreams. I think it's important to vote it for adoption, and thank you.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 12, Celeste Hodge Grouden. Celeste, are you still on the line with us tonight?
I am still here.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I am still here. I'm Celeste Hodge Grouden, President and CEO of Alaska Black Caucus. We're a nonprofit organization that advocates for the rights of Black people in the areas of health, justice, economics, and in this case, education. First of all, I shared earlier today is an historical day. We heard earlier of the guilty verdict, and now we have the anti-racism policy here in Anchorage, Alaska, at our Anchorage School District. It's really an exciting time, and I am so thankful for that passing. I am now asking for something that we should have already had on the books, but it's never too late, for the instructional equity policy. And I talked a little bit earlier about the need for the instructional policy, and so I won't go into that again, but just know that the Alaska Black Caucus stands in support of the policy. I do have to agree with Polly about the reduction of the 2 minutes of testimony. Unfortunately, many of us didn't know, and so we ran short of time earlier, and it would have been great to know in advance. But again, I just want to thank you for the work that you are doing. I know it's hard work. Not everybody agrees with eradicating discrimination, eradicating racism, but I believe a majority of the people do. And I, again, am so proud of the work that you are doing. Remain steadfast and just remember, we cannot grow weary in doing good. So thank you again.
Thank you. Next up on the phone, speaker number 13, Megan Holton. Megan, are you still on the line with us tonight?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You sure can. Thank you for joining us. And you got 2 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Megan Holton, and thanks again for the opportunity to speak and for passing the anti-racism policy. I just wanted to echo others in that I support this instructional equity policy, and I urge the school board to pass it. The town halls this last month and then the discussion tonight showed me that the school board members, teachers, and community members and principals are already doing good work on multiple levels to reduce racism and its impact in our schools. But the anti-racism policy can't stand alone. And we talked a little bit about that with the need for action items to make that happen. But the instructional equity policy and yearly report will allow the district to measure and track progress and gaps in student achievement. So then we're able to hopefully see those outcomes that other districts across the country have seen when they enact anti-racism policies. Thanks and good night.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 14, Dr. Paula Williams. Dr. Williams, are you still on the line tonight? Dr. Williams, it is *6 to unmute if you can hear us. All right, we're going to move on. I don't see speaker 15. I'm guessing student. Oh. Is that Dr. Williams? Dr. Paula Williams? Try one more time. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you so much. You have 2 minutes.
Wonderful.
It's yours.
Okay, great. I'm still here. I'm Dr. Paula Williams. I am definitely a proud member of Alaska Black Caucus and one of the co-chairs of our education committee. And I want to thank you, ASD School Board, so much for voting in favor of the anti-racism policy. And for we as a community, we truly believe that you want what is best for our students. But as it relates to the instructional equity policy, if ASD sincerely intend to partner with our community, then you must vote in favor for this instructional equity policy. And again, I want to thank all of the students for speaking on this evening. You definitely are why we testify. And I also want to say thank you so much to our president, Celeste Hodge-Groden of the Alaska Black Caucus, for your steadfast commitment to empowering Black, brown, white, and BIPOC, as well as our families and communities for a better future. And I want to say thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Is Corey still in the room? Nope, head nodding. All right. And I believe our other student, Madison, is not here either. Let's go to speaker number 20 on the phone, Marlo Sully. Marlo, are you still on the line with us tonight?
Yeah, I'm here.
Beautiful. 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, I think a lot of people really resonated with a lot of the concerns around action items with the anti-racist policy. And I wanted to bring up that the instructional equity policy, specifically the annual reports, seem like a great way to ensure that there are some very immediate next steps that are well-informed and effective. So yeah, thank you guys for passing that anti-racist policy, and I look forward to your vote on this instructional equity policy. Thanks so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Looks like the next person that I see up in the queue, speaker number 24, Heidi Brooke. Heidi, are you still with us tonight? Heidi Brooke, if you can hear us, it is *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Hello, all. I might not be able to make this work because I got babies. I'm sorry. I think this is going to be too distracting.
Okay. Oh, poor little guy. I agree. Speaker number 26, Antavia Hamilton. Antavia, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hello?
Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Antavia Hamilton, member of the Alaska Black Caucus Education Committee. Thank you for voting in favor of the anti-racism policy. I'm here tonight in support of the instructional equity policy. I hope the school board will approve this policy that increases successful outcomes for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, Judy Elledge, speaker number 28. All right. right, 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
As my testimony earlier, I further object to a definition of systematic racism that states any educational, professional, or societal outcome where minorities are underrepresented is evidence of such racism or of white supremacy and oppression. Unsupported beliefs such as these are the polar opposite to the intellectual and scientific truth for which this institution claims to stand. Furthermore, I question this board's oft-stated assertions that the school welcomes and encourages the truly difficult and uncomfortable conversations regarding race and the roots of racial discrepancies. For example, as a recent town hall meeting, anyone opposing these policies referred to as having negative comments. Tonight, I've been called a white supremacist. I objected to the idea that minorities are unable to succeed in this country without aid from government or from whites. Instructional equity, yes, a term found in critical race theory, is advocating viewpoint that minorities should forever be regarded as helpless victims and incapable of success regardless of their skills, talents, or hard work. What you are teaching our children is precisely the true and correct definition of racism. I object to the inappropriate use of words such as equity, diversity, and inclusiveness. If the administration was genuinely serious about diversity, it would not insist on the indoctrination of students and their families to a single mindset. Instead, the school would foster an environment of intellectual openness and freedom of thought. If you really cared about inclusiveness, the school would return to the concept of true unity instead of teaching the extraordinary divisive idea that there are only and always two groups in this country, victims and oppressors. Last, I reject with strong as sentiment as possible that schools have begun to teach what to think instead of how to think. I object that the school is now fostering an environment where our students, teachers, and parents are afraid to speak their minds for fear of consequences.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, Sarah Osborne. Sarah, are you still on?
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can. 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Osborne, and again, I'm a middle school Title I educator with the district, a parent of two, and a white woman. I want to thank you for passing the anti-racism policy and to express my strong support of the proposed instructional equity policy. I'll also note that the time is now nearly 11 p.m. And I've been on this call for about 5 hours since 6 p.m. In order for me to do that, my partner fed and put my children to bed. And I'll wake up in a few hours to attend my school staff meeting and Zoom with students. And so given the current model of the board meeting, it is really only with a tremendous amount of privilege and hardship that I am afforded the opportunity to have my voice heard tonight. So in addition to passing this instructional equity policy, I strongly encourage the board to examine its current practices with regard to public testimony and input from the community in order to make its policies more equitable so that the meetings can be accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back up to speaker number 24, Heidi Brooke, and guest. Heidi, are you back on the line?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Wonderful. I'm just here. This is Heidi Northrop again, here to voice my strong support of the instructional equity policy. I'm here to support it because I've seen it work in classrooms across Alaska. Like I mentioned last time I testified, my graduate studies looked at the data of over 800 students in the Juneau School District. Groups that incorporated Alaska Native ways of knowing with the help of a cultural specialist showed greater academic improvement. This is just a simple example of how equity work benefits all. It's about changing the design or method and providing education that makes learning outcomes available to all students, which is what we want. I also quickly wanted to emphasize the extent at which equity efforts are needed in ASB. An obvious example is that some schools in our district, less than 5% of students are considered economically disadvantaged, while other schools included where I work have 95% of students included economically disadvantaged. It's not okay. It's not okay that some students have opportunities dependent on their zip codes. My students would be the same wonderful little people with a more equitable school system. And the instructional equity policy is a start. So thank you so much for passing the anti-racism policy. And this is my strong support of the instructional equity policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for calling back in. Next up on the phone, speaker number 35, Carrie Brown. Carrie, are you on the line with us tonight?
Hi, this is Carrie Brown. I'm testifying in strong support of this memorandum. And once again, I can't articulate this any better than the people who have spoken before me. I'm glad that you brought this up. Please vote for it. And I am just going to let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In person, speaker number 36, Kim Paulson.
Hello again.
Hi there, 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to name a couple of amazing people and their accomplishments. Patricia Bath invented the cataract laser probe. Mae Jemison, medical doctor and astronaut, was the first Black woman in space. Percy Julian developed the anti-glaucoma drug. I'm not going to say the name of it because I can't. James West invented the microphone. Ernest Just pioneered research into cell development and fertilization. What we need to do is hold all of our students to a high standard. We should not expect less of them. When less is expected, you do less. I know from personal experience, when I was put into foster care, I was automatically put into all remedial courses. It wasn't until I was a senior in high school, they didn't put the seniors in the remedial courses. For English, they put us in general education. The English department, the head of the English department was my teacher. I made high B's, low A's in her class. And she was like, why were you in those classes? It was because little was expected of me. So they put me in classes. Clearly, this is going to be passed, this policy. There's no doubt. But our students, no matter what their race, no matter what their background, they need to be told that they can achieve better, they can do better, and it should be expected of them, and they will meet that expectation. So, thank you. I appreciate, actually, you guys do this every month. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Annie Massey is still here. I know she, is she? Okay. Thank you. And when you're ready, 2 minutes.
Sorry for the delay. My name is Annie Massey, and I spoke earlier on presenting a petition that 447 people in our community signed opposing both of these policies. And the reason they're opposing these policies is because it doesn't seem that this board understands what theories are. These theories are not based in knowledge. And now you've approved policies that are not based in knowledge. They haven't undergone strict scrutiny. It's a theory. It's not knowledge. So now we have the instructional equity policy that's based in something called social equity theory. It's an idea. And when ideas come up in academia, you guys are educators. When these ideas and theories come up in academia, it requires strict scrutiny, the scientific method, reason, logic, in order to gain knowledge. That is why I asked you all to research these things. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I've got 2 more speakers, but it is 5 minutes to 11, and by board policy, we need a motion to extend if we are inclined to
extend
do
our
so.
session to midnight.
Till what time?
To midnight.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there anybody opposed? All right, it is unanimously approved to go until midnight, only if we need to go that late, but absolutely no later. I don't see 2 more speakers on the phone. First one, speaker number 39, Elise Galvin. Elise, are you still with us tonight? I see it's unmuted, but I don't hear her yet. No, I see you trying. So let's switch from Elise Galvin to Pat Galvin and see if maybe he can connect. Pat Galvin, if you can hear us, star 6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we sure can. 2 minutes and the floor is
Okay.
yours.
Thanks. And I'll turn it over to Elise. She's struggling with her phone. It seems not to be working. Thank you. I'll be really quick. I just want to thank you for your actions tonight. And just as you debate this motion, similar to what I heard on the earlier resolution, I want to encourage you to focus on the actual language of the policy and not chase the shadows of those who want to imagine different things in the policy that don't exist. And I appreciate the work that you do. I'm sorry it has to be so late, but I think you're doing very good things that will be beneficial for this generation and those to come. So thank you.
Thank you. And then Elise, are you going to be on the same?
I think I switched over. Let me try. Can you hear me now?
We sure can. We're going to reset the timer in 2 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I want to encourage you to pass this instructional equity policy as well. Again, reflecting back on the notes that you wrote in June of 2020, that this was your intention to follow through with this step. It's a step in the right direction. I want to compliment all of you for the many pieces of this. And as we heard, gosh, I think it was hours ago from Conrad of KCA, the Career Academy, the work that you've done is so innovative. And you've got bits and pieces that has happened for many students. And this just ties in a more systemic approach that will allow for more of these partnerships with every single child in mind as the decisions are made primarily by the administration. This will kind of cement in that way of thinking as you give the direction to the administration. And I so much appreciate that. I also wanted to comment that almost in a foreshadowing, Conrad's quote saying, nothing changes if nothing changes is true. I just want to comment that just is really something that we need to all keep in mind as we're looking to have opportunities for every single child in a way that makes sure that we've done our very best. And I think by the end of tonight, you're going to feel that you've gotten one step closer to doing your very best. And I want to thank the leadership there, particularly Margot Bellamy, for staying consistent and true to what she knows will bring the change that we've been looking for quite some time with regard to acknowledging what's going on and looking for now ways to ensure that we're all listening and learning more, changing the way we behave. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is there anybody in the building that I wanted to give testimony to or an opportunity? There's one person on the list of phone calls that does not have a name attached to it. Was that person online wishing to give public testimony? And if you are calling in and wanting to give public testimony, *6 to unmute. All right. Wanted to just give the opportunity. Thank you so much for everybody's patience. We have ASC Memorandum 109 on the floor. Board Member Hildy.
Thank you, President Michaelis. I'll be brief. I support this memorandum policy. I think this is one that's poised to actually make a dramatic difference in student outcomes. Certainly the board could have been doing this work all along, and the administration has supported improving instructional equity and access and opportunity for students, so that, who's able to access AP courses, who's able to be considered for a gifted education, that those numbers are reflective of our student body and not predictive based on other factors, that our children who are in foster care aren't lumped into remedial courses. That's something that's going to come out through this work, that all children are going to have the opportunity, but that's also a resource allocation. And that's where the real challenge is. And I'm not convinced it's going to, I think perhaps it's considered to be easier said than done. But the purpose of inserting that annual report is, one, to hold the board accountable at each of our meetings, or the board's future meetings, that we're reporting and hearing on how students are learning, and but also to present to our community at the end of the year a full picture of where that is, in hopes of changing how we talk about education in Anchorage, that we really do start to mean all means all, and really seeing the disparities that happen in our district, whether in our charter school programs or advanced courseworks. So that's all. Thanks.
Other board members with comments or questions? Member Holloman.
Yes, for a lot of people that wrote in with concerns, I do want to emphasize also, this is not about equity of outcomes. Looking at the outcomes points to where you need to look on your inputs, but that's not a goal. Equity, I don't think equity of outcomes will ever happen, and it's not the goal of any of this. We do need to meet all of our students where they are at. We do that for a lot of students. We don't do it for some others. The purpose of this policy to me is to make sure that that's our stated purpose, that that's one of our goals, is to provide the kind of instruction that students need to advance, regardless of how they show up and where they're coming from. So I will be voting in support. Thank you.
Other board members with comments or questions? Member Mitchell.
So I was actually going to address what Andy addressed. We got a lot of letters that talked about that this is equity means equality of outcomes, and equity absolutely does not mean that. I mean, I think we all understand that, for those of us who have more than one child, we don't treat them equally, we treat them equitably. If I have a child with special needs, which I have a nephew who has special needs, I might put together a special needs trust for that child to take care of them for the rest of their life because they aren't able to do that themselves. Whereas if I have a normally developing child, I wouldn't do that. So equity absolutely does not mean equality. It's not the same thing. And I think the policy very, very clearly states that. I absolutely echo what Member Hildy said about that this has the possibility to really be a game changer. And I appreciate the superintendent and the district's focus on equity. I remember going to a conference with Dr. Bishop back in the days when we went to conferences, and I said, which strand are you attending? She said, well, I'm doing equity. You know, that has been her focus since I have joined this board. And I really look forward to seeing the changes that this will bring. And again, I appreciate the board's work on all of this. So I hope that people are not, the bottom line is raising every child to their potential, and we all have different potentials in different areas. We will never achieve equality, and it's not the goal.
Other board members' comments. Member Donnelly.
You know, I really appreciate the remarks of the two members that just spoke. Unfortunately, I don't think that's what the people pushing this, or many of the people are anticipating to come from an equity policy. I mean, we've heard repeatedly that proof of racism is what the outcomes are. Because a particular race is not doing as well as another, that is proof of systemic racism. And we've heard that over and over again. And if that's the basis, then this is all about outcomes. It is not just equal or equity and opportunity. And that's really very, very unfortunate. I think every American should be guaranteed the same rights, the identical opportunity for an excellent education to work and live. I fully recognize some people need more help than others, but the United States Constitution mandates equality. Equality goes with freedom. Equity doesn't. Equity means equality means equal treatment, unbiased competition, and impartial judged outcomes. Equity, when it's misapplied, can mean equal outcomes achieved, if necessary, by unequal treatment, biased competition, and preferential judging. Those elements of such policies are a fundamental attack on the principles that made this country great. The people should be treated equally and judged as individuals and not members of groups. I have a quote from a former chairman of General Motors, and I'm not really a fan of big corporate executives, but this made sense to me. The government can't measure equality of opportunity, but it can measure equality of results. If the results are not equal, then they assume unequal opportunity. Ingenuity, inventiveness, entrepreneurial skill, determination, and most important, effort are extremely difficult to measure, but those are usually the key factors in creating the result. Until the government figures out how to measure those factors, equity will never be properly measured. Equity is a mandate to improperly discriminate against some students to try to achieve equal outcomes for others. Equality means equal treatment, unbiased competition, and impartial judged outcomes. We talk about, look at what's happening in other states. Oregon and Washington are eliminating examinations in public schools. Why are they doing it? They're doing it in the name of equity. You know, no country that penalizes hard work and intelligence is going to last very long, folks. And if we dumb down our schools to achieve equity, that's the worst thing we can possibly do. And I know people don't want to acknowledge that, but these factors could also lead to the end of charter and alternative schools. And that's exactly what happened in Washington, D.C. and other districts around the nation. In the name of equity, they eliminated charter schools and alternative schools. Now, most other districts don't have immersion, but I heard a lot about how immersion was good for equity. but they are very similar to charter schools, and they're going to have to go in the name of equity also, if you carry it to its logical conclusion. And I think Anchorage school district's options of charter and alternative and immersion schools are one of the greatest things we have anywhere. It's a super thing to be proud of in this district, and I think it's overwhelmingly supported by the public. But the logical result of a strict imposed equity policy is the potential elimination of those wonderful alternatives for our students and our parents. I don't know if our nation can survive another generation of poorly educated leadership. I mean, our schools are failing. Our district's failing. I mean, look at the numbers compared to when I went to school here. It's just dramatic. We had, West High, Diamond High, East, they were well known nationally for their academic prowess. It's just, things have gone wrong over the last 15 years. Equity is not the solution. Hard work, equality, equal opportunity, equal justice under the law, not social justice that discriminates against victims of crime, not social justice that causes people to be let off and commit crimes and there's no accountability, encouraging further criminal activity or malfeasance. We need to get back to the basics that made this a great school district and restore that and do that job for our kids. And just saying we're going to make everything fine by having an equity policy is not going to do that. Laws have no meaning if they are not applied equally. When they're not applied equally, they're not even laws. They are just authoritative dictates to benefit some over others and become purely tools of persecution. And equity sets us up for that kind of situation, folks. The communist Chinese tried this back in the 1960s with the Great Cultural Revolution. And it was a complete disaster that put that country back for decades. That was all about equity. That's what that was. All the foundation of that was equity. They know better than this. They've learned their lesson in China. Now they reward individual effort and they promote, self-achievement. And they learned a lesson from the Great Cultural Revolution. We ought to be observing that and learn a lesson too. Thank you.
Thank you. Just go ahead and take an opportunity to weigh in real quick. Much like the previous policy, this one I think is also very much centered around adult behaviors. Things that adults can do. One member already said it's a drop in the bucket in terms of what it can actually do because the district's resources are limited. If we could have been doing some of the things that we know need to be done and that we have incorporated into our goals and guardrails, it would already have been done if we could have afforded it. There are a lot of changes that we're going to have to make. And I think that's probably where Member Donnelly's concern comes from, is if you can't fund how to get there, then you just have to close it. And that's a problem. So there's still a lot of work to be done. I think one of my biggest challenges with both of these policies is there are things that we can do as a district, as a board, as an administration, but it takes more than us to do it. It takes our community and our society. This is not something we're going to change just because we pass 2 policies. It takes more than us. And I support their intents and stuff like that, with questions, but still support them. We can't do this alone. And so one of the things that everybody needs to be mindful of is that we are working with our community. We are working with our partners. We are working with our parents, because that's the only way any of this is going to, be functional and succeed in the ways that, we all, want and talk about it to do. That's my 2 cents for what it's worth. Member Hildy?
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, throughout this process, the only intent has been to expand opportunities for children, to increase their ability to go to a choice school, parent parent involvement in what their children get to learn, and whatever program we have in our district, that children have that opportunity to do that. So I don't have anything that I'm afraid about hearing that happen. That's only good for kids to have that opportunity, that what they choose to do with that opportunity will be up to them. But certainly want to make sure doors are open for children.
Member Bellamy.
I'd just like to follow up with Member Hildy. This policy is about access and opportunity. It's about identifying and eliminating barriers that have prevented the full participation of some of our students. That's what it's about. We define what it is at the beginning of the policy. And I know, as with anything else, we bring our own personal lens and our own personal experience to anything that we do. But the concept of equity goes beyond equality. It is not, we can't treat our kids the same. Same size does not fit all. We have high expectations for all of our kids. We are not going to close charter schools or any other school. We are going to have access to them. And within our ability to do that, this is not going to be an overnight fix. It will take time. I agree with President Vacalis. We've got to engage with our partners in ways that will help us to help our families and kids realize their greatest potential. So I believe we have to hold ourselves accountable, and we have to change. We have to change what the data is telling us. There are great disparities. I don't know what they do in China. I've never lived there. I'm not well read on China. I know kids and I know education, and I will be supporting this policy.
Member Holloman.
I do want to comment back on what Member Donnelly said. I'll agree on any policy we create, there are people that can take it in a bad direction. Equality for me, when I was in high school, would mean sitting in fairly low-level math and English classes with a bunch of people who aspired to work on the factory floor at R.J. Reynolds or pull tobacco on their parents' farm. I grew up out in the woods, and that's what 80% of the student body at my school aspired to. But they did ship about 30 of us off every day into town to take AP classes and honors classes. And I made A's in those, and I made C's in the others. So equality, I might be pulling tobacco today, except that industry kind of went away also. But equity for me was placing me in a spot where I was challenged, I was interested, and I felt like I had something to actually step up to. So I see all of our different programs, and it's whether or not you're talking about the IB program that we heard about tonight or SAVE. McLaughlin is about equity. It's about delivering education to kids that aren't going to get it any other way. The programs we have within the residential hospitals, the programs, the remedial programs we have, and the SPED programs. And in all honesty, that's the case where the federal government had to step in and make equity the law, because we didn't have SPED when I was a kid. And you and I went to high school about the same time. I don't know how many SPED kids there were in Diamond, but our averages were higher because those kids didn't get to go to school. If they went to school, they were in a room off by themselves somewhere, and they didn't mess up our other classrooms. So we've been working on this for decades, and we've got some decades to go. It's about providing what makes people succeed rather than just making everybody take what most people need. And that, unfortunately, is what we still do in education today to a large degree. We put 30 kids in a classroom, they're kind of close together. We ring the bell and we move them around. Making it more equitable will make it look less like that. and it will take effort, and unfortunately it takes money. But the end result is more and more kids that move as far as they possibly can. And they're not going to wind up in the same spot. But again, if you look year after year, and you can differentiate the outcomes on the basis of race or nationality or other things, there are two explanations. There's something holding those kids back, or they organically are incapable of doing as well as some of the other kids. You can pick which one you believe. I believe when we do our jobs right, those differences will be less and less identifiable. And it's not just school. Unfortunately, everybody has to do their job right. The world has to be a little bit more equitable. So I believe if we read the policy we're passing, we're not talking about all those things. We have a 3-paragraph statement that's pretty clear. It doesn't go into a lot of those things that a lot of people are frightened about, and I think they've been misled in what we're suggesting as our policy tonight.
Any other final comments on ASD Memorandum number 109? Member Donnelly?
I just move amendment number 2 to clarify that the use of critical race theory is not approved by this policy.
Is there a second? Not seeing one. We still have the main motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions by board members? Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote.
Member Hildy?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
No.
Vice President Bellamy?
Yes.
President Michaelis?
Yes. ASD Memorandum number 109 passes with 5 yeas and 1 nay. Up
Ready for
next.
the last one?
Yes.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 120, statement in response to anti-Asian American Pacific Islander violence and acts of hate.
Second.
Board comments and questions.
Can I speak to the?
Yeah, I'll let Member Bellamy speak to it first, and then Member Hildy.
So we have, in our district, we have 17% of our students and 10% of our staff identify as Asian American Pacific Islanders. And the intent of this very brief response statement is to basically let our families know that we are here for them and that we understand that the events in the world, while not that have happened, they have not gone unnoticed, and affirm the fact that we will continue to provide safe environments for all of our kids. So this is a special effort. And the reason it is late is because of our meeting schedule. I think our last meeting was, it needed to go through our communications committee, and that committee met last week. So that is in keeping with our process. That's why it's late, and that is why I asked to put it on tonight. Thank you.
Member Hildy.
Thank you. Well, certainly, I appreciate the sentiment of it, but I don't think it's appropriate on the agenda tonight, and I don't want to support a process I don't agree with. So I won't be. I haven't read it. I got the policy right before the board meeting started, or not policy, but the statement. So I might agree with it. I just don't know. I don't want to vote for something I haven't thoughtfully considered, nor has the public had an opportunity to reflect on it or weigh in on it. So I don't think it's appropriate to be an action item this evening.
Other Member Donnelly.
Yeah, I totally agree with Member Hildy about that. I mean, this hasn't even been read. I haven't had time to even read this because we've been listening to public testimony all night, and I wanted to focus on public testimony and not be reading this. It's 2 pages long, single spaced. And I'm a fast reader, but I haven't got through it in the last 60 seconds. I mean, this is completely inappropriate to bring this up in this manner. In fact, I don't really even think this is consistent with our rules. I was almost positive that our rules stated there had to be an emergency situation to fail to give notice and provide this information by at least the prior Friday. And I would ask for a ruling of the chair on that, because I think that is the rule. There has to be an emergency, some existential situation, to not follow the rule of providing notice on the prior Friday.
You have to give me a minute to read the policy real quick. Are there any other board members that wish to speak on it while I'm doing this?
I'm sorry?
Member Holloman.
I'm going to say this is a case, we're not talking about policy, we're not talking about action of the school district.
This is a statement.
We're taking a position on a current topic that is actually a matter of safety for individuals. So I think there's circumstances that call for a more rapid response than normal. I think it's reasonable to say that our students that are impacted by this kind of violence need to hear from us. I would want them to hear from us. It's not changing any curriculum. It's not changing any policy. It's not changing the action of any staff member. So to that degree, I don't know that it warrants the same kind of review as an appropriation or reorganization or a change in rules. We're just emphasizing something that I think we all agree on to begin with.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Bellamy.
If I'm not mistaken, we used the same process with the George Floyd situation, the exact same process. Because of the timing, it came right from committee to an action item. The committee meetings, I think there were 3 board members, including me, who attended it was on the agenda. It has been available to the public and the board. So there was ample time to have input. However, I'll go on your ruling, Madam President.
Okay, and actually this wasn't put on the public agenda on Friday, so nobody has had a chance to read it until tonight.
In terms of, it was on the communications committee
communication.
agenda.
Okay, that's fine. So item number 44 of our board bylaw 9271 code of conduct, no item will be placed on the regular board meeting agenda less than 9 days prior to a regular board meeting unless delay in acting or discussing the added item could seriously affect the operation of the ASD. No item should ever be placed on the board meeting agenda less than 72 hours in advance of the meeting unless an emergency or urgent public necessity exists that is exempted under the Alaska OMA. So that's where that's at. Member Mitchell.
So I'm having a hard time hearing you down here, but you said it has to be on the agenda 72 hours ahead of time?
It's no item should ever be placed on the board meeting agenda less than 72 hours in advance of the meeting unless an emergency or urgent public necessity exists that it is exempted under the Alaska OMA.
Okay, well, I see it as being urgent. I agree with what Member Holloman said, and I also just want to point out that the draft was provided last Wednesday for inclusion on the agenda.
Yeah. All right. So I think at this time, we did vote at the beginning of the meeting as a body to put it on the agenda, and we let it pass. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote at this time.
Member Mitchell.
Oh, sorry. You're not even going to let us read it?
I assumed you already had your.
I'm working on it.
Member Hildy.
Point of preferential privilege. I ought to be able to read the resolution before we vote on it.
It's not a resolution.
Member Hildy.
Are you taking a vote or am I talking?
I saw your hand up.
Okay. My point. Yeah, I have not read the statement, and for the George Floyd statement, we didn't. It went on with notice to the public, and I in fact had opportunity. Not every board member is required to attend every committee meeting, so not going to a committee meeting is not unexpected. It would be appropriate for it to be on at the next board meeting as an action item. That's fine. That provides public notice. That meets all the requirements for people to have input. But this one does not, and I'm not inclined to just race through something with 1 minute of reading and then vote on it. Even I would expect I would agree with it, but I don't think that's a good practice.
Member Donnelly.
Well, I've had the opportunity to read it now, and I'm not opposed to the content of this resolution. I think it's completely inappropriate to be brought less than 72 hours. This is not some sort of operational emergency, and that's clearly what the policy anticipates. But it's the rule of the majority around here. If we really wanted to do something, we would have passed a ban on critical race theory, because that's one of the most damaging things to Asian Americans that's happening in America today, is critical race theory, kicking them out of colleges that they deserve to be in because they're being discriminated against because of their race.
Seeing no other comments, Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
No.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
I choose not to vote at this time.
I think you have to have a reason to abstain.
I believe this is a violation of the policy, and I choose not to vote in violation of the policy.
Finish the vote.
Go down the rest of the list, please.
Member Bellamy. Yes.
I'm just reading the obligations of members under 9200 about abstaining for compelling reasons. So I don't want to violate that process either, where public testimony to be offered, for all action items. So now I've created another conundrum. So pause the vote, please. Is there anybody wishing to offer public testimony on this item? I might have to hit the red. I don't know if there's a button there that makes it turn red for the mic.
It has like a little mouth on it.
Thank you. All right, 2 minutes, please.
Annie Massey. I recall back when schools were closed and we wanted to open schools, that we had to call a special session because there was an emergency, because we couldn't add something to the agenda.
Yeah, good point.
Because there wasn't enough time. And so now you all have added something to the agenda correct me if I'm wrong. You're the leaders. If those are the rules, why are we not following them? That's all I have to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak on this memorandum? So what is the will of the board? We can take a vote, or we can remove it and have it be on an action item, table it until the following meeting. According to, our code of conduct. It could be argued that it falls outside of it.
As the maker of the motion, I guess, this is not policy. It's a simple statement of support for our Asian and Pacific Islander students and staff. But if the will of the body is to delay it and bring it back, that's fine. I mean, I just think it's important. It's important that we send this message to the families. So whether it's today or tomorrow or next week or 2 weeks, I'm fine. So I will leave it up to you, Madam President.
Member Hilda, you have your hand raised.
I agree it's important, and we want to make sure students feel cared for, but following process and procedure is also important, and adhering to the same process we used in George Floyd's murder. It was compliant with our board policy and notice requirements. So I would move to table this to the next board meeting as an action item.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second to table this until the May 3rd meeting. Any questions from board members on this action? Is there anybody opposed to this action? Seeing none opposed, it passes by unanimous vote. It is tabled until the May 3rd meeting. That is the last of our action items. There was one more opportunity for public testimony, and there's one item considered non-action that will come up for action next time. Did any board members wish to talk about that at all? The modification to an attendance policy. Modification to the attendance policy. I think it's running around on a piece of paper or was emailed to account for board member participation if they are remote during a pandemic.
Actually, the specific language is during any declared federal, state, or local emergency.
Yes.
To allow board participation remotely.
Counts as their physical attendance.
Yeah, be counted
towards that requirement.
Against your in-person attendance during a state, federal, or local emergency.
So you would add something to existing policy?
Yes.
So then that should go to governance, correct?
This is what we added as a non-action item under non-action today to go to action next time. It's been through governance. It never made it because of the transition between the boards. It did not get fully discussed and out of governance, more due to time. And so at the next meeting, I would suggest that the board make their decision and determination at that point on whether they want to either kick it to governance or be able to read this one sentence and decide whether to add it to existing policy. It's not a big overhaul or change, but that will be up to the next board to decide. Oh, I see you, Alicia. Go ahead. Member Hildy.
Thank you. I disagree that it didn't have time in governance. I don't have a policy proposed before me in governance. So if somebody had something they wanted, that's fine. But that didn't come before governance. I don't have a copy of anything being discussed. So I don't really care for having a non-action item without having the document being public either.
All right. Duly noted. We are at the school board and administration comment section. It is 11:40. We are all mindful of time. I'm going to apologize as board president for any miscommunications or, concerns about public testimony tonight. Had no idea until I got later into the day that it was going to expand the way that it did. Appreciative that our community, participated in the process in the way that they did. Learned earlier tonight that, from the attorney that no, we couldn't combine things the way we were hoping to maybe try and do it in a more efficient manner. So I will also pass this note to the next board to consider how public testimony is done, so that it does not, cause, inconveniences or anything like that to our public, because we do want them to be able to be always a part of our process, but I will take ownership of that one as president. I want to just take a minute and congratulate one of our fellow board members, board member Hildy, who I know is tired and exhausted. She was nominated and got, the award for the 40 under 40 with the Alaska Journal of Commerce. And you don't get that, by doing nothing. So thank you and congratulations. Yes. And so our next meeting is May 3rd. I'm going to ask the question because any last comments?